Good evening. Okay.
Everyone
I can like start talking. I don't think you need it. Yeah.
Good evening. Welcome to the February 12th, 2026 Northampton Student Advisory Council meeting. I'm Gina Shara, the chair of the school committee, and I'll be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. And I will begin by asking Cassie to please call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Shara.
Present.
Member Bartoli.
Present.
Member Bison Freund.
Here.
Member Renika Montgomery Tomaclo.
I don't see her.
Member Stein. Member Martin.
Here.
Member Mahoney.
Present.
Member Reese.
Present.
Buell.
Here.
Member Sanders Sullivan.
On Zoom. Oh, maybe needs to be made a co-host? Okay.
She's a co-host.
Okay.
She's also muted.
She can unmute herself. There she goes. Hi, member Sanders Sullivan. We're doing roll call. Oh, hi. You're here. Great. Okay. So we have a quorum, and as of right now, member Sanders Sullivan is the only person who is on Zoom, I believe. So I will now turn it over to Ana Lucia, yes, for the student representative report. Thank you. Welcome, everybody.
All right, this is the student advisory.
Sorry, the Student Advisory Committee report. Apologies.
Hi, everyone. This is the first student advisory report, or committee report, first student advisory committee report of the new school committee, so that's exciting. We're just going to have a quick intro to student union, which we did last month, and then also just all about like NHS clubs and things that we see happening at NHS. And I think Cassie's getting this slideshow up.
Are you seeing it?
Yes.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you. You can go to the next slide. So the student union is an elected body of 4 students from each grade, so 16 total, and we help with a lot of things around this school, but some of the things we've done this year is stocking our community closet with free menstrual products and school supplies for people who need it. And we also have been working on school lunches or Title IX and many other aspects of the school community. You can go to the next slide. These are just some of the bios that we have for our members. We wanted to make sure everyone at school knows who we are and who's actually representing them. So we have these on our Instagram. This is the cabinet right here. If you want to say anything about.
Yeah, we're just the leadership team for the leadership team. Yeah, so, yeah, honestly, we wanted to showcase Helen's amazing Photoshop skills because these are pretty nice. Okay, you can go to the next slide.
Northampton High School has a variety of clubs, all started by students, and some of the clubs that most affect the school culture are the academic clubs, which includes the Math Club, Microeconomics Study Group, Science Olympiad, Model UN, Debate, National Honor Society, and the school newspaper. And our art clubs include ceramics, art, fiber arts, flood tide, function lust, and orchestra. Our affinity groups are Best Buddies, Black Student Union, Feminist Collective, GSA, Yoga, and the Trans Student Union. And our activism clubs are Youth for Equity and Action, Sunrise Movement, Movement, and Environmental Club.
Okay, a little bit about National Honor Society. It's an academic and volunteer organization, and it's a national group that maybe you were part of in high school, and our chapter is the non-conduct chapter. To become a member, you need to have a 3.4 GPA by the end of your junior year or the start of your senior year, and then you can be invited by our faculty advisor, Mr. Isler, and you have to fill out an application that involves an essay. To graduate as a member, students must complete 20 hours of community service, and you'd be shocked at how many struggle to complete 20 hours of community service. And the way they do this is that organizations throughout the valley contact the co-presidents. So actually, me and Nadia, there's a little bit of a trend of student union NHS overlap, at least in the past 2 years. And the staff advisor to get volunteers, and then we post it on Instagram, the website, and email it out via the Google Classroom. And the big thing this year is that Nadia and I were able to set up childcare for NHS teachers on PD days and at open house on Tuesday. So if you guys ever need volunteers for anything, email me for the next 3 months, email me, and then email Mr. Isler to find out who the next presidents are next year. But seriously, our members are always looking for volunteer opportunities to get their hours in, because you get a little fancy thing at graduation and like a little asterisk next to your name and a little stole to wear, so everyone really wants that. So seriously, anything you do outside of this job, for this job, need volunteers, email us.
And then a large part of the Northampton community is our performing arts. We have 6 main performing arts groups, the theater group, chamber choir, Northamptons, the concert and marching band, the jazz band, and a bunch of different ensembles that happen throughout the day. And actually this year is very exciting for the chamber choir and wind ensemble. They'll be going on a trip to Williamsburg, Virginia. I had to make sure Virginia was included so we don't get confused. They'll participate in a competition, get feedback on that, and then sightsee around Williamsburg. I think they're going on a ghost tour or a graveyard tour, something of that sort. And this trip has required a lot of fundraising. I think they had to raise $7,000 to help pay for students who are unable to pay for the trip. And then the Northamptons will also just perform throughout the community. I'm sure you've seen them somewhere. One of their big performances is that first night at the Academy at 7 o'clock every year. And the chamber choir, Northamptons, and jazz band all are audition-based, so they're very serious. And actually, well, all of them are serious, but these ones just show the level that we aim to have the music be.
Another big aspect of NHS is the theater. It has many different aspects: classes, clubs, and course performances. Classes are both for the cast and the crew of our productions. For the cast, there's acting and advanced acting, and for the crew, there's stagecraft. Acting helps students learn how to manage their stage presence better and character work, and stagecraft helps learn about how the set pieces are made and how to run sound and lights for the shows. The club is Theater Tech Club, which teaches students how to run the backstage of each show. Meets every Friday night, pretty cool. And NHS also has a play in the fall and a musical in the spring, and Dave Grout is the amazing director.
And then, of course, as any school organization or anything has, NHS has some problems that need to be addressed. So first off, as you have heard many times this year, bathrooms have been closed all year long and in previous years. And there's many causes for this, including students skipping class, vaping, and vandalization. And right now, as of the start of second semester, the third floor boys' bathroom is always closed, which is due to the admin wants to reduce the issues aforementioned, and hall monitors have been sitting outside of the second floor boys' bathroom and taking down names of people who have gone in. And starting this week, hall monitor has been sitting outside of the first floor girls' bathroom. But some of the hall monitors don't enforce the taking down of names. Some say sign in and sign out at the same time, so you don't have to, you can just stay there for as long as you want. Or another one said, put a fake name, I don't really care, which just shows that if that student were to do something that required a consequence, there would be no way to find out who did it because of the fake names. And so this defeats the purpose of hall monitors and encourages the students to continue to abuse their time outside of class. We've also been hearing a lot of different kinds of things that have been happening in the bathroom. A lot of toilets are clogged with vapes and various things smeared on toilet seats. And I was just told about today, there was the environmental science class does an experiment where they see the air quality of different places in the school, and one was put in the bathroom, and a kid thought it would be a good idea to hold a lighter next to it, and it was covered in Vaseline, so they actually it kind of burned and then left a burn mark on the wall, and then it was closed for about a week. That happened this fall, apparently. And then someone else almost witnessed a fight because a kid wouldn't come out of the stall, and they wanted to fight them. So that's something that's been happening.
We're compiling a list of stories to tell you at a later date because it's gotten really, I'm trying to think of a word, preposterous.
Yeah. You can go to the next slide. Yes, that's the next slide. And then in addition to hall monitors not taking down the correct names or having them put their time in and time out at the same time, they're also seen on their phones a lot, which encourages students to use their cell phones because they see the hall monitor and think, why shouldn't I? The students and staff are on their phones at NHS a lot, which is a problem when it comes to learning curriculum and managing the behavior that's been happening. I'm sure a lot of this will be curbed a lot of the behaviors will be curbed by the phone ban, but of course not all of it. And then almost every classroom is crowded and students cannot move around comfortably. And teachers are also unable to give all the students the attention they deserve due to the large class sizes. I think I've got at least one class that's 30 people this semester. Yeah, we're in the same class. And then another that's close to 30. And it's just not you can't move, you can't get help from the teacher very well, and it's really just not a great experience. And then school lunches, I think we've talked to you about this before. We hear about this all the time from students. School lunch is not good, it's too small, it's unappealing, it doesn't look appealing. And so right now we actually are working with Freshhampton to gain student input and improve the quality of lunch, but it's just something that is so often talked about that we thought you should know.
We know there's not a lot that can be done because there's very strict restrictions, but as our job, this is the input we receive so often, and it's like, I don't know, it's really relevant, so thought we would tell you. But also, they had a delicious chickpea lunch, which was the third time in my life I've ever been able to eat school lunch without having to do something extra, because I'm gluten-free. So anyways, shout out, chickpeas were good.
The chickpeas are the best one because it gives you they give a lot of it, so that means you're not as hungry in the afternoon. And then there's also a big lack of communication between students and administrators. And though we really try to help that, the student union often doesn't find out about these changes that are happening in time to help alert students or give warning before things actually happen. Student voice is also not listened to much in environments like school committee and city council, which makes it very difficult to voice our concerns until the concern we voice happens. And right now we're also facing something that's going to happen next year that students aren't told about, and it seems like won't be told about for like a month or two. It's just the geothermal project. It's going to affect the parking for students, which the senior class always has a fundraiser where they sell parking spots, and that raises $3,000, did you say?
It is their biggest fundraiser. That is a substantial source, the biggest.
Yeah. And that's something that the students haven't been told about yet, and it's gonna throw a big curveball to the senior class and anyone else that needs to drive to school and park.
And also the current senior class, because there's going to be a test done in late April, early May, it will also affect our parking this year as well, although the extent to which is unclear. Because this project has yet to be finalized, it makes it really difficult for us to plan ahead. And while we understand that this project needs to be done, we know our students are going to be very angry about this change.
Yeah, you can go to the next slide.
Okay. So what we want from you all, we are so excited to be working with you guys in this capacity. We're so grateful for this platform, and we really want to maintain a positive relationship with the school committee. And we hope for communication on our end and also communication on your end, and to have productive and respectful conversations. Something that I think we felt was lacking in the past was consultation on new policy. So we really want to encourage you guys to reach out to us about any question you ever have. And I was really proud of the second part of the sentence, but if we work together, we will both be the most effective elected groups that can truly represent our constituencies. So yeah, I was really proud of that. So anyways, and also, I know I don't need to be saying it to you all because you're all actually here, but showing up to SAC is really important because this is the time when we tell you what all of our issues are and what we think you can help us with. And in the past, it has not been a largely attended meeting, and that really hurts our feelings, and it really makes us feel like we aren't heard. And so obviously you're all here and we appreciate that so much, but when you're not here, it makes us feel sad. Yeah.
And yeah, that's it.
Yep.
It's not it.
Also, it's so appreciated if you're not on your phones during this meeting. That's lovely. I'm so proud of all of you for not doing that. It's very lovely.
I followed you on Instagram.
Yes.
Follow us on Instagram at NHS Student Union. You can see our most recent great reel. Oh, we should.
We'll talk about that.
You'll talk about that later. Anyways, any questions?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that the Northamptons crushed it at the Silver Cord Bowl on Sunday. So
Of course they did.
definitely-
They sound so good this year.
They're always amazing, and they're up against college
Yeah.
a cappella groups, and I think they're always the best. Member Weisenfeld.
Thank you, thank you so much. Again, I always love hearing you. I love your honesty. I love how hard you work. I love your values. I love what you tell us. And yet, to me, this is one of the most important parts of the school committee meeting. And I always get a little bit upset too, because the things that you put in your presentation today are really all about basic needs and getting your basic needs met. Food, space, going to the bathroom, and communication and being heard. And so I want you to know, I can't speak for anybody else, but I take that very seriously. I agree with you about that your voices aren't included enough in policymaking. I'm going to try to speak about that a little bit later when we talk about the cell phone policy, because I remember the incredible work you guys put into all your naming all your issues and recommendations, and yet the draft policy has none of that included. So anyway, thank you, and please keep showing up and telling us what's what.
Thank you.
Member Mahoney and then Member Bartol.
Thank you for your presentation. Ana Lucia, would you be able, or your colleagues, to speak a little bit about the impact of the loss of flex block?
Yes, I told you I was going to talk about that, and then I forgot.
Well, no worries, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me.
Great question.
And if any of you want to jump. Yeah.
So I personally feel that the switch from flex to being only with your teachers that you have in that semester, versus before you could go to any classroom that you wanted, has improved the amount of work that's being done in flex. Before all of my classes, everyone was just doing whatever they wanted, and now I feel like people are a lot more focused. So I think it's a good shift, and if it helps us meet time on learning, that's great.
I think in the same way it has for CLO, it's also positively impacted me in my work, but I am upset because I am not able to join the clubs I wanted to join, environmental club, for example. I really wanted to join that this year, but I was not able to.
So something my vice president of the student union and I have been talking about was moving our subcommittee meetings to flex, and then that changed, and that made it difficult. It makes it difficult for our members to be able to participate in subcommittee meetings to the same extent because they're not during the school day. And I agree. I think it has been a good shift productive-wise, but I think this goes to my larger belief that the school day should be extended with more breaks and less to be for a space where kids can be without just the expectation of learning. So that's just my personal belief that clubs should be built into the school day. But that's not going to happen anytime soon, and I can understand that. So I will say that the loss of certain clubs in the school has definitely, or was definitely a big factor in a lot of the anger that was made around that decision. But I think most clubs have been able to adapt, and now that we are quite a few months into this change, I think it has felt much more normal. Although it's really sad you can't visit your teachers after in the same sense.
And then also, yeah, like as Zara said, a lot of clubs have been able to like bounce back from that. But it was really hard at first, especially like first month, really just the past couple months have been hard to just find a time when they can meet, when enough people for it to be a club can meet outside of school, especially with transportation issues, sports, jobs, all of that. It's made it hard, but I think a lot of clubs have been able to work their way around that.
Thank you. Member Bartolo.
Thank you. And I want to voice what both Member Mahoney and Member Weisenfreund had said, in that I really appreciate the very honest feedback that you're giving us, and in particular this question on very basic kind of essential needs that you're bringing to our attention. It's really important to me to hear your voices and to be able to consult with you. And so what I'm actually really curious about is, in the list of challenges that you've brought to us, do you see any solutions? Are there any solutions that you've thought about that you'd like to bring to our attention as we kind of think about supporting you in addressing some of the challenges that you're facing?
I think the things that are more national issues, like setting really low calorie limits for school lunches, that just like, if this is the main meal of most of our days, then like, why is it such a low calorie limit, and just like all the food groups. I think that is like a larger bit of advocacy, and I think that something that we really value is trying your hardest, and we acknowledge that a lot of these things are really hard to fix, but we want you to be showing us the work that I hope you're doing behind the scenes, like talking about people you're talking to try and solve these issues on the state level, on the national level. What are, like, for us, I think we've seen a lack of advocacy and going above what you can actually do to change your limitations that we know you have. But if we see that, like, if we can tell our students that we see and we have this movement and we're trying to make an actual change for them, I think that is what we want from you guys, if there is an obvious solution that we can all think of. As far as like the phone ban, I already outlined our views on how that can be the smoothest transition possible. As far as the parking situation, I think that would be really easy to talk out as soon as we have a concrete plan of where the construction's actually going to be done, because then we can plan ahead. I think it's just the lack of planning that's going to make that difficult. And I feel the same way about the phone ban. There's a lot of new systems. We were talking about it at our last meeting. There's going to be 4 major changes happening to our lives as students next year. And we don't feel that the transition is going to go well because a lot of our concerns aren't being listened to. So the ideas that we have already been addressed, and things that aren't an immediate solution, like, okay, we all know that Western Mass is underfunded in Chapter 70, so like, please, let's work with our reps and see what we can do to make change on that front. Of course, it's a years-long process, but if we start it now, it'll get done sooner. And I feel like the same way about restrictions on the calorie limits for school lunches, and also, of course, this flex block thing. If we can, I know Amherst has worked out a way to have clubs meet in their school schedule. So if we can start talking about doing something like that and then having sports meet later, that's great. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, you guys should meet with Amherst and see how their schedule works. That'd be cool.
Thank you.
Do you guys have any other?
Oh, that was really good.
Anything, additions?
Okay, any other questions or comments? And then we're going to do the second half of this part of the agenda too, right? On the, is Principal Tagliari here? And okay, I wasn't sure that I saw them. And were you going to lead on that, or? Okay. We have also on the agenda for this meeting to talk about the bathrooms.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit more about the bathrooms. This is how I'm just going to lead into it. I was looking for some of the administration. Diane is here. So if you could, Cassie, if you could make the, yeah, thank you. So we know that at least you all as a group have been speaking to the administration about the bathroom issues. And they have been listening to your concerns. They've been trying this out. This is not the first time. I have been told that the issue with the bathroom is an uptick after the loss of the SRO in your building, but there was still an issue. However, the issue has risen, I won't say preposterous, but it has risen to a level where we are trying different tactics in which we can address some of the concerns. It's not that we want to shut the bathrooms down, but we shut them down for safety reasons and to make sure that the bathrooms are clean when they're vandalized or destroyed or in disrepair, or if there's flooding, the bathrooms are closed. So the first thought for administration, and I'm sure Diane can speak more to this, was to use the hall monitors as a way to monitor who goes in the bathroom, to limit the number of students who go into the bathroom, to watch and monitor the time in which students are in the bathroom. That was one piece of how to use the hall monitors. We also realized that we didn't have enough hall monitors to be able to manage that. We used the hall monitors in other capacities as in terms of working with some of our students who might need transport, safety, to and fro, picking up, and so on in the classes. So that's one piece. So additional hall monitors have been hired to address that issue. It is up to administration to make sure and supervise to make sure that they are doing what they've been requested to do and to hold them responsible. I like to speak to the reason why they are on their cell phones. That is the way administration communicates to the hall monitors when they need students to be picked up or transported and so on. And that was and I'll have Diane speak to that. Let me just finish up. I'll have Diane speak to that. So that is the reason why. Now they may abuse that and use it in other manners, but that is the main device that's being used to be able to do that. And the reason and rationale is that we don't want to call people over the radio because it's not discreet and it's not private. And it's too awkward to carry a computer around or a Chromebook or a tablet around every day when you are moving students back and forth. So that was that one piece. Then there was the new pass system that the administration would like to pilot. So that was a part of there was money that the administration was going to move around, but we have been bequeathed another appropriation for our budget. So it's in that budget to be able to pilot that program. And it's a pilot. It's not a full blown out use of the program. And that's something that we're learning about, I'm learning about in terms of how it works. And so those were some of the mechanisms that administration was trying to put in place to really address your concerns and your issues. And before we turn it back over, if Diane can speak to any points of that and maybe clarify and speak a little bit more, that would be really helpful. I thought I saw her.
I just asked her to unmute.
There she is.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, it's me. I'm sorry, I was a little bit late and then I was having audio difficulties, and then I just heard my name, so I apologize.
So Diane, I was sharing in terms of some of the tactics that the administration at the high school is employing to address the bathroom issue. So I first talked
yes.
about the additional hall monitors. I also spoke about why the hall monitors use their cell phones. I did mention that we will address in terms of reminding them what their roles and expectations are. I talked a little bit about why the bathrooms are closed, not that we are trying to punish students. And then the new smart pass system. So if there's
Oh.
anything else that I may have missed or other things that you all have been talking about.
No, we're in, we have hired the additional campus monitors. We're still waiting for a few to start, so we're not fully up and running with that yet. I don't know if we have start dates. I'm sure we do at some point. I might have an email. I don't know those start dates though. So once we have the other ones, meanwhile also, just to be clear, we've had some paras quit in the time, so we're filling in the spaces, so we keep having to hire. We just, I think we have one more maybe we have to hire for, I'm not sure right now. So yeah, we have a schedule to ensure that especially our boys' bathrooms, we have 2 boys' bathrooms open, and we're able to have somebody outside of those bathrooms monitoring those bathrooms consistently. I think maybe they get pulled every once in a while for something quick, an escort perhaps for a student on a safety plan. And so they're closing the bathroom while they go walk a student somewhere and then open the bathrooms back up. But we definitely have a tighter system than we had earlier in the year. We have a schedule. We have, guidelines for the monitors to be checking in, doing sweeps of the bathroom, which has allowed us to narrow down the majority of students are using the bathroom appropriately, but we've narrowed down so we have a better idea of who may be participating in inappropriate behaviors in there, especially for the vandalism and the destruction of the bathrooms. So, we're getting closer with this oversight and monitoring, which will help us, identify what really is going on for the students who are doing it. The Smart Pass right now, we've set up all of the systems on our end. Meg Harrison has done a really great job of organizing and that system. I think it's just maybe in the business office right now for a PL. I'm sure of that, and we're hoping to start it soon. And that should help us really monitor who is out of, and limit the number of students out. We have a lot of students out at one time on passes, and it's really hard to manage. So it'll help us limit that. Was there something else that I should be sharing? Sorry.
Well, that's
I don't know
it.
if you already talked about all that, so.
So I'm going to turn it back over to the students because they may have questions or comments or things that they want to share.
Yeah, of course.
First off, we know all of the new implementations that you're trying. We know that there's been new hall monitors, the new pass system. It's the thing we're trying to tell you is that it's not being enforced. Nothing is happening. The new hall monitors are getting a tour of this school and no other onboarding on how to deal with, like, how to do their job. It's not that we don't know what's going to happen. It's that it's not happening.
We support these measures, and we support trying to stop whatever's going on in the bathrooms. And I disagree with you. I think it's preposterous. That's why I said that word earlier. And when you repeated it back to me and said that it wasn't, that felt like you were just denying what I see every day, and that you're not in the building using the same bathrooms that I am. So I don't know. That struck me very strangely. But yeah, like, we know we see the new hall monitors, and we want strictness. We need the policies in our school to be followed so that next year when you have the phone ban, people will actually listen to the new policies. And the digital hall pass system, same thing. Our students they're not gonna follow these new rules if we don't enforce the ones we already have. That is something that I've heard from every single teacher I've had, is that we don't enforce the policies we already have. I don't know why they're doing this new hall pass system. me personally, I'm in favor of the new hall pass system, but our teachers are not. Not all of them are on board with this. Not all of them think that this is going to work because they don't think that we enforce the systems that we already have. It's clear that our lax enforcement isn't working in this regard, and we're saying that hall monitors are on their phones. We're saying we don't think it's because they're communicating with Ms. Zamer all the time. We're also, like, someone suggested using school phones, I believe, at the last, Ana Lucia was telling me. You can talk about that.
At the last ad hoc meeting, it was suggested that the hall monitors have school phones, so they can't do anything inappropriate on their phones and only receive messages from admin who need to tell them, like, a student to take back to class. And that was said no to, like, immediately. And then what's going to happen next year when there's a phone ban and students see the hall monitors on their phone, even if they're just checking their their Google chats to see if there's anything they need to do in the school, students are going to be like, why are they on their phones? We have our phones locked in a pouch, and this is the stuff that we talk about that isn't listened to, and that you just, like, you kind of blow right past it and think that it's not really gonna be an issue, and then it becomes an issue. And it's like, kind of like, I told you so.
We play this game so often. It's not very fun.
All right, so Zara, first of all, I did not mean to offend you. The reason why I said it's not preposterous is because I'm thinking about, we're addressing the cause or trying to clear out bathroom situations, but we're not addressing the behavior that's causing the closures. And that's why when you use the word preposterous, I said, well, this is the behaviors of our students that we need to address. And some of them are missing class for specific reasons. They're self-medicating. They're doing all kinds of things that there's something bigger here that we're not addressing. And that's my concern. There's something bigger here. Why are our children vandalizing the bathroom? Why are our children even in the bathroom during class time? Why are they not being expected to attend class? There's other things. Why are you lighting fires and ripping off sinks in the bathroom, or cutting hair in the bathroom, or bottles of vodka in the bathroom, or taking graffiti and doing whatever? I have heard the stories as well and have the pictures, and there are things that are happening. So the question is, what's causing our children to do these behaviors? Because that needs to be addressed. Because if there's a need, if there's something bigger that we're not attending to, we don't want them to just, so they're isolated in those bathrooms. They're isolated. They're closed off. The doors are shut.
Dr. Bonner,
We don't, I know, I mean, so that's why I just said that there's something, there's another level that, and I know that this is beyond you all, that there is something serious happening with our students.
We all agree. We all
Okay,
agree
that's
that
what I
an
need
issue.
to know, that, because we are trying to make sure everyone is being addressed and everyone's needs are being addressed. And, there is a concern that there is a population of students that are hiding out, that are isolating themselves. That's serious. So,
Zara, did you want to respond? And then we'll go to Member Jewell.
Well, that is a big issue, but having the new hall monitors and having the new systems in place, that's not what's gonna find you the answers. That might just stop it or make it worse. Who knows? We can't tell what's gonna happen with the new systems, but the one thing we do know, it's not gonna help you find why students are doing these things. It might just reduce the amount of things that are being done by a tiny little bit. And honestly, it's very preposterous that a student has to go to every floor to maybe find a bathroom that's open. sometimes all of the bathrooms are closed because the hall monitor is going to take a student to class. We can't go to the bathroom, and that is preposterous, and that's a health concern.
And I just want to say, like, I'm sorry if you felt like I was decentering the big issue that our students are resorting to these measures. I hear you that that's a problem. And I'm sorry if you felt like I wasn't taking that seriously, but I am taking that seriously. I'm also taking seriously the reality that that is a minority of students and that the majority of students are affected by this and these closures and the inability to use a bathroom because it is disgusting. I agree, it's all an issue, but I don't see any real measures being taken because they're in, if a hall monitor, how many times have I watched a hall monitor let a group of 6 girls walk into the bathroom together? I see that happen every day. So if we know what they're going in there to do, why don't we say, only 2 of you in there at once? That's what I'm saying. We're telling you that this isn't working. We're telling you that that this system is failing because of its effectiveness. We're not telling you, like, I just really feel like we're not being listened to here. And all of you school committee members, you heard what we have to say, and please interject next time because it feels sometimes like we're being berated. That's how I just felt.
I'm sorry, Zara. I don't think that anyone meant to berate you. I think we're just trying to deal with the different layers of this issue. But I think we certainly hear
I can tell you right now, we holistically understand this issue.
Member Jewell.
I want to say I'm sorry because this has been outrageous and it's been going on for a long time. And I also don't think it's useful for us to be on defense when we're all working on this together. I really want to emphasize something that I heard you say multiple times, that you're not being listened to, and when you are asked to come to the table and asked for your opinion, we have to take it seriously and not just discount it. And that is something that I'm going to work on, and I'm fairly certain that majority of the people here will as well. And so I'm sorry that this keeps happening and you keep coming to the table and saying the same thing over and over and over again. That's not okay.
Member Bartoli is next.
Yeah, and everything that Member Jewell said, and then on top of that, what I'm hearing is an issue around management of hall monitors and an issue around the underlying reasons that we have this problem. And I guess my question for Dr. Bonner is, how can we sort out the management issue of hall monitors beyond acknowledging that it's the administration's responsibility? And what are we thinking about long-term in terms of supporting the behaviors that are leading to misuse of the bathroom?
Okay, so first with the management of the hall monitors, they have to be trained, and there should be an expectation to that. But there's a lot going on in the building. So, when you're hired to do a job, there's an expectation that you are doing that job. They are new, so they don't know the students. So students, yes, can write down any name. I don't know if students carry their IDs, and that's one way that they could show their ID and write their name down. That may help. So I would have to speak to the administrative team at the school about what types of training is being done for our hall monitors and that they understand the expectation of doing that. Now, there are students where there is a requirement that we do need to transport students to classes sometimes. And so in order to do that, if there are not enough paras in the school present that day and they shift assignments, that will cause kind of I won't say a backlog, but that will prevent them from being where they're supposed to be stationed. So the goal is, with the addition of these hall monitors that we just are in the process of hiring, is that they will not be pulled, that they will be stationed in those positions. So I'm not in the building, so I can't do direct management. I have to expect, and I do expect the administration in the building to supervise and to take time to train and tell what the expectation is for that. So that's the piece about the management of the hall monitors. The day-to-day, the expectation, the quality of the person who we hire so that they understand what the expectation is. And the long-term piece of that is that, again, to continue with the hall monitors, build in this smart pass system, which also may help. We've got to work with our staff. Sometimes you're going to have to say no and wait, maybe the first 15 minutes or so, that no students are out of class, but that's up to the administration to work out with the staff and the students in terms of how they want to do that, because that could cause a backlog elsewhere. So that's one expectation. And then in terms of dealing with the behaviors, we can't identify the kids yet. That's the key. So the hall monitors are really important to us because then they will have a better pulse on the students who are in the bathrooms. They should be checking the bathrooms in and out, not just waiting, so they can have a sense of, if there's 3 kids in there, that they have a sense that there's, out of those, it must have been those 3 kids. It happened during this time, so they can then have some kind of an ideal of who it is. That's been part of the problem, is that administration has not been able to identify the students who are causing some of the vandalism and some of the damage that's occurring in the bathrooms and some of those behaviors. And I don't know if Diane might want to say more to this, because she is literally at the schoolhouse every day. She's on the ground.
Principal Taglieri is also
Oh, and, okay, so I didn't know
in there.
if Principal Taglieri has also entered the room, so he may definitely want to speak before Diane.
They're not co-hosts though, so I don't. Okay. While we're waiting, Member Bertolli, did you have something? You still have the floor. Do you have something?
I do have a follow-up, and I know this is a hard question to ask and also a hard question to answer. I recognize that implementing these types of solutions does take some time. And how can we think, like, is there a timeline that we can think of in terms of stabilizing this situation so that our kids will finally
Well,
have access?
So they've already started with the hiring process. And I'm so sure right now, the individuals who they're hiring, they don't have a start date because they probably were waiting for Cory check
Okay.
and so on. I do know that, and Ben can speak to this, that there was a couple of paras who resigned. And so that's priority if it's part of an IEP requirement, that we place paras there before we place them as in terms of hall monitoring. So the priority shifts.
Right.
But the goal is that there are 2 new hall monitors that should be coming on probably right after the vacation week, because it takes about 10 days once they are in the system for that Cory check. So it is up to the administration then to they're really going to have to train those hall monitors and let them know what the expectation is.
Okay.
That's what's important.
Okay. So would it be reasonable to follow up on this issue at our March meeting? Is that?
Yeah, or I can let you know when they're hired and that
Okay.
they've started, and that might be sooner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't know if Principal Taglieri was going to add something, or
I'm sure.
I don't see him at the moment. And Lucia, did you want to respond real quick? And then I have got some other school committee members that want to speak.
Yeah, the students would like to be informed, 1, of the onboarding process, and 2, if there is none or if it needs to be updated, we would like to be consulted on that. And we have reached out to try to find out what this onboarding process is for the hall monitors, and we've gotten no response. And this is just something that we would like to know, and if there is not an onboarding process, we need to have one, because then problems like this wouldn't be happening as much.
So we do have a district-wide onboarding process. We have a flow chart that's followed, but who did you ask about the onboarding process?
I had a hallway conversation with Mr. Taglieri where he told me that it was Ms. Zamer's job, so I emailed Ms. Zamer.
Okay.
I'm not trying to tattle on her. I'm just like, this is something we're talking about. I heard you mention training.
Okay, Member Weisenfried and then,
Yeah, thank you. As difficult as these conversations are, I'm glad they're happening because it's, very important that if you're here, that the relationship is authentic and that it's not just a pretense that the students are here for input. So, I've been listening pretty carefully, and I do agree with Dr. Bonner's question when she says, why are children doing this? I think it's a really good question, and I think we should find out why children are doing this. Instead, what I see us doing is hiring more hall monitors, which is a good thing, right? Because we do need the structure and we do need the sort of limit setting around the behavior. But I do agree that it's very important to understand why children are doing this. But, I think we have a lot of answers about why children are doing this. I mean, we know we're not properly funding our children with special needs. We know you can't go to the bathroom and meet your basic needs. You might be hungry because you're not eating enough at lunch and you're in overcrowded classrooms of up to 30 kids. So we do have a lot of information. This is not a mystery about why some children are acting out. And I think it's a bit confusing to me to ask that question. I think we have some answers. Thanks.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
So first, to the students, I'm sorry, because I can see why it feels like you aren't being listened to. This is an ongoing problem for years. You've come and talked about it for years, and it is still here, and we have not made any changes. And we are giving you solutions that are not immediate, and you may not even see the benefit of them, to be perfectly honest. So yes, I validate everything you feel, and I want to point out once again that access to the bathroom is a health issue, it's a safety issue, it's an environmental issue, and it's a civil rights issue. So just because, and DESE has told us that limited staff is not a reason to decrease access. So keep that in mind. Having said that, I've heard talk about the digital hall pass. Do we have a paper hall pass system now? What is the system? Do kids sign out, go to the bathroom, sign in, they come out, the hall monitor checks, next group goes in. I mean, I feel like this is we're making this very difficult to solve when we have lots of people, lots of folks who have talked about it, and we're still here years later. And I think that action is needed, and not just saying this is the plan and this is the timeline, because we should have a timeline, but we need to have two. We need to have a timeline where they can immediately access the bathroom when they need to, and then we need to have a timeline where we figure out what the ongoing issues are, who's doing it, and what are the consequences for them vandalizing the bathroom and causing the issue so that the bathrooms are not closed. It's a culture shift. The culture shift takes longer, but the immediate change of getting the students into the bathrooms when they need to be in the bathrooms can happen pretty quickly.
Okay, Member Martin and then Member Reese, and then we need to move to the other meeting.
Yeah, also just to you, I really, really do hear you, and I do know, I heard about this from my own kid in high school years ago, right? So it is very frustrating that this is still going on. So thank you for continuing to raise your voices, even though I can see the pain of not feeling listened to, and I really appreciate you continuing to use your voice to, hold us accountable. And agree with what all the other members are saying in terms of both, have this short-term problem and then look at what are the factors for the long-term solutions for how we can change, what's needed to change the culture. Some of it for certainly financial, certainly stable leadership over time, building relationships. Those things I think will make a difference over time as well. And I'm so sorry that you are living through this right now. It's really unfair, inequitable, and we're gonna be by your side to make this better. Thank you.
Member.
I will also echo my colleagues in hearing you and feeling your distress, and it's valid. I guess I have two quick questions. One is, do we know why a school phone being handed to the hall monitor to just use for that purpose was rejected?
Didn't reject that.
Okay, is that what you said?
I was told that it was rejected. by Ms. Sullivan. Was that
But it shot down would be.
shot down might be it.
Because that seems like that could potentially be part of the solution. So I guess I just want to bookmark that to be explored as one of the options. And then I don't know, in terms of identifying who the kids are, so this might be a super naive question as I went to a much smaller high school, but I feel like in general, do we know who the kids are? We're just trying to set it up so that we have evidence, because I feel like most people probably know who's doing it. Is that a crazy assumption? And we just have to go through certain procedures to make sure we have evidence before they can be talked to?
I will defer that to, Diane has her hand. The associate principal,
Hi.
Diane.
Yeah, so we have, we've narrowed it down. I mean, we know who is in the bathroom, and the campus monitors have been giving us that information. Ms. Harrison and I have, I think, reached out to maybe about 10 families last week for violations for the procedures. So students do have passes from the classrooms. They should sign in and out of their classroom. But then when they go to the bathroom, the boys' bathroom, and we're just starting with the girls' bathroom because we have a female campus monitor able to help us now. So kids will sign into the bathroom, and when they leave, they sign out. And so we've been able to work with students who haven't signed in. Their families have been notified, as that being a requirement with our new protocol. And through that, we are also able, because the campus monitors are to be checking every 15 minutes, and we've been able to narrow down, and we're just trying to, gather more. No one's in there, so we can't be sure, but if we're starting to see some familiar names and some names during those 15-minute periods of time, and so we're narrowing that down. And I think that, I want to say that once we are able to identify the kids, then that's where the real work begins. And we've all said it, why are they leaving classes? What can we do to support? What supports aren't they getting that they need? And so that will be, we want to know obviously who's vandalizing the bathroom and who's draining these resources, but yeah, then the work begins, right? To figure out how to help the students who are escaping. I hope I answered that question, but we have already, there have been consequences. There has been a lot of outreach to families about what's happening. And consequences for students who are not following the new protocols.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you everyone for that conversation. We need to adjourn this meeting and start the next meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion's made by Member Weisenfeld, seconded by Member Montgomery Tomaclo. Roll call, please, Cassie, when?
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfeld?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Not here.
Sorry. Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member
Yes.
Jewell?
Yes.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes. Okay, can we do a 5-minute recess?
But we can't use the bathroom. We will stay here. Yes.
Yeah.
They can't, so.
Sorry, for whatever reason, I lost the internet locally, so the mics are still hot.
This job has gotten so much harder. Oh, man.
You don't need me to echo.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Robbie Sainer Sullivan is getting off. I don't know why she's there.
It's just not feeling
She's sick.
Okay.
Yeah.
We still have a quorum, right?
Yes.
But he didn't have his phone next to him. So she's been like calling me and calling me and
There's bad reception. It was very bad.
Yes. Yeah, no, so she doesn't know.
I don't know.
Okay. I will.
She was calling me and texting me.
Sorry, I don't remember when you said you were going to come back.
What's that?
I don't remember when you said you were going to come back.
I said 5 minutes, but I don't remember what time it was, so I'm sure it's time to come back. Okay. Okay, everybody, we're gonna come back. And before we go back, you want to say something else?
Yes, absolutely.
Because we can't wait another year.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Try not to touch it. It is. It is. So there is the receiver for this. Yeah. We're working on it.
So,
No, for accessibility reasons, yeah.
Okay, so sorry, everyone, I just want to make a quick reminder that first, right, we're not just speaking in this meeting for the people in the room, it's for the public record so that we can abide by those, right? And so we have to speak. The reason why sometimes we're hearing that is because I'm pushing the mics all the way because you're a little bit too far away. Okay. So yeah, just a reminder for that. Thank you.
I'm going to count you down.
Okay. Okay, good evening. Welcome to the February 12th, 2026 Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Gisela Shara, Chair of the School Committee, and will be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded, and I will ask our clerk, Cassie Eckhoff, to please call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Shara.
Here.
Member Bartoli.
Present.
Member Weissenfreund. Here. Member Montgomery Tomaco.
Here.
Member Stein. Member Martin.
Here.
Member Mahoney.
Present.
Member Reese. Member Jewell.
Here.
Member Sainer Sullivan. She had to drop off.
She left. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. And first on our agenda is back to the students for the student representative report. And Alicia.
Okay. Let's see. Had school recently. The musical's happening in a month. Exactly a month is opening night, which is really exciting. I had another smaller thing that I was going to talk about, which I have since forgotten. And then we have one larger thing that I'm sure you all know about. Yeah, we have no idea what we were going to talk about.
Okay.
We said we'll talk more about that.
Oh, Reed. I remembered. We have a brand new fundraiser coming up, actually tomorrow. It's Valentine's Day on Saturday, so we thought, why not do a Valentine's Day themed fundraiser? So we have Reed O'Connor, a Northampton and student union representative, will be doing singing telegrams for anyone who buys one in third period tomorrow. We're really excited for this, and we think it'll just be a lot of fun. It's one of our fundraisers, but also a fundraiser because we're making money.
The talent show.
Oh yeah, and then and the reason why we're doing this is at our talent show in December, Reed participated in it, and he was a fan favorite. Many people were upset that he didn't win, but that was because he was the organizer of it, so he couldn't win. But we thought, why not bring more of Reed singing to NHS? So we're having him sing telegrams for us. And then yesterday there was an altercation in between third and fourth period, about a minute into passing period. This went on for about an hour-ish, yeah. Yeah, it was from 2:10-ish to 3:10-ish, which is an hour. That took a lot of, that was pretty scary. A lot of people could hear things happening. They could look out the window and see police cars. And people saw someone getting arrested. That was all a very scary situation. And I just wanted to make sure all of you knew that. I would hope you did. I would be very alarmed and disappointed if you didn't, because it has to do with the school. That's about it. And do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Thank you for both conversations. And that will bring. Oh, that. I know, it's gonna make it really hard. Okay, we're moving on to public comment. If you wish to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom or sign up in the room. Thank you, Cassie. You can always submit a written public comment, which is equally part of the public record, at Northampton-school-committee at northampton-k12.us. It'll be sent to all school committee members. Before you begin your comment, please state your name and your city or town for the record. School committee does not respond during public comment, as it's the public's time to speak, so while your comments should be directed to the school committee, you'll understand when we don't respond to them. To protect privacy rights, we ask that in your comments you do not use names of students or personnel. There's a limit of 3 minutes per person unless language interpretation was requested or accommodations for a communication disability have been requested at the start, in which case the time limit is 6 minutes. And I'll set a timer to ensure that everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. And according to the rules of procedure, school committee receives public comment for a maximum of 90 minutes. And we'll be starting at 7:18. And we're beginning with Raymond Paquette. And sorry about this mic.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but
we'll find out.
If you hear me, I guess I'll see what happens. So anyways, Raymond Paquette, I'm a teacher at the high school. I'm a member of NACE. I was a parent of Northampton High School students as well. My kids have gone through, but they're done, so that's who I am. Black Birch Trail, I think you wanted to address. NACE wrote a statement yesterday, or passed a statement, ratified a statement. It has been sent to all of you, and I would like to read it now. Part of the statement, or part of our process, we're also, we plan to publicize this, and we also plan to survey our members to try to find out what the needs are. I'll be more specific. NACE statement in solidarity with our immigrant neighbors. We, the Northampton Association of School Employees, write to express our opposition to the escalating militarism of the United States government, including the illegal U.S. intervention in Venezuela and escalation of ICE violence against communities inside the U.S. As educators, it is our role to prepare children for society. We want a future for our children where there is less violence, not more, where cooperation is used instead of force, where all people, regardless of their language, color, or national origin, can live as neighbors. The U.S. government's increasing militarism stands in stark opposition to everything we want for our students and community. Contrary to the rhetoric of the administration, bombing a sovereign nation and kidnapping their president does not make us safer. Instead, it ensures that more resources are allotted to weapons, military personnel, and training, all of which have a direct relationship to the expansion of the police state at home. We know from history that the weapons and repression tactics that the U.S. military uses abroad are always turned around to suppress dissent at home. Nor do we believe that kidnapping, imprisoning, and deporting our community members will lead to safety. We love our students and their families. ICE's extrajudicial violence is what's making us unsafe. ICE's use of racial profiling, arbitrary detention, and excessive force against protesters and journalists violates our human rights. Our students come to school afraid of action being taken against their families and the families of their classmates. We demand that the federal government end this violent repression. We further demand that funds be reapportioned to life-giving public programs, public schools, healthcare, childcare, food assistance. We want to walk into school in the morning knowing that we are preparing children for a free society that cares for all of its people. So that was our statement. We ratified it yesterday, so it will be going out to wherever we can get it out to, and we are starting the process of surveying NACE members to find out what their concerns are, what they're hearing at school, and also trying to organize within and without NACE to do things about it. So.
Thank you. Okay. Next on Zoom is D.
Hi, all. I hope you can hear me here. I'm outside of the country, so I'm going to leave my video off. I'm not sure that the connection will stand up to doing video from here, but I am normally a resident of Graves Ave in Ward 3 in the Bridge Street School District. I recently moved to the Valley in July.
Excuse me.
And I have a daughter who is 4 years old and will be a kindergartner next year. I'm an enormous supporter of public schools and public education. I'm the product of a school system in Montgomery County, Maryland that overperformed for a really wide variety of students, and I feel like literally saved my life in a number of ways, especially in high school. My partner, so the mother of my daughter as well, is a product of Monument Mountain Regional High School in Great Barrington and feels that she got a wonderful education there. So we would have a very hard time sleeping at night if we did not make use of our zone school. And yet we are very seriously considering doing that. That is choicing out, opting for charter, or even for private school, which we can't afford, based on our very serious concerns about the extremely large amount of tech deployment that took place during the pandemic and that we've now inherited and has made its way all the way down into kindergarten, and particularly the first grade of schools throughout the region, and that obviously includes Northampton Public Schools. My partner and I are both former educators, and we try to stay current about the studies, the independent and peer-reviewed studies that are revealing more and more to us as the months pass and years pass about the effect of premature and overly zealous tech deployment as an instructional tool in elementary education. We're very, very concerned about what we're seeing. And just in the few months of our living in Northampton, we have met 3 other families who are not people we've met through networking with organizations that lobby the school committee on these issues, but we've just met in the course of our daily lives, who also are strong supporters of public schools, with incoming kindergartners who are considering not taking part in their zone school, in Bridge Street School in particular. I'm not going to state their names here, but if you'd like to be connected with them, you're welcome to follow up with me after the meeting. And what I'm asking the committee to do today is to maintain a really robust and unwavering commitment to implementing a bell-to-bell phone policy, because that is the simplest and most important and most thoroughly vetted in other districts, states, regions, school systems, and even countries, measure that can be taken to signal to parents who have concerns like mine that the school district's intention is to come up with really intentional and thoughtful policies around tech use at every level of education. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, before you mute, could you state your name? I'm sorry if we missed it.
Yes, I'm happy. I'm sorry, I don't know why it's not displaying properly on my device, but it's DREW, and my last name is RICHARD, and I'm on Graves Ave in Ward 3.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, next in the room is Margie Riddle.
Okay, so it's going to be
So
okay, right?
I'm told if getting closer to the mic shouldn't affect that sound. Maybe don't touch it. But the distance is not the problem.
Okay.
So yeah, that should be fine.
Is it sounding okay?
Yes, actually.
Okay. So I'm Margie Riddle, and I live in Leeds. I expect that we could agree, maybe not on everything, but on the fact that education, I think we just heard more about this, is largely an interpersonal endeavor. When we reflect on teachers who have made a difference to us or our children, we recall a caring and respectful relationship, a relationship that inspires curiosity, engagement, creativity. I certainly remember such teachers in the Northampton Public Schools who engaged my own children and grandchildren in this way. One of them, fortunately, later became a teacher to me. In school, the relationships are between teachers and students, students and students, and teachers and their colleagues, and they also include family and community members. In the months ahead, you will make important decisions that will affect the quality of teaching and learning in our schools. I encourage you to remember the teachers who made a difference. Recently, very recently, in fact, in the last few minutes, appeals have come to you from parents of elementary students, from JFK in English teachers, and from members of the public in opinion pieces in our local paper. A common thread is the importance of the person-to-person relationships that make for quality education. Effective teachers know their students well and craft lessons that will specifically appeal to them. Effective lessons do not come from data-driven instruction or computer games, and they are not always reflected in standardized test scores even when significant learning has occurred. In fact, assessments are most reliable when they have been devised by students' own teachers. Your most important decisions will be those that attract to this district teachers, staff, and administrators who cultivate the inspired relationships that support true education. Attracting such teachers to our schools is not enough, however. Your decisions will also affect whether they choose to stay. Like students and families, educators have choices. Their creativity, inspiration, and authentic connection to their students must be recognized and appreciated. And on another topic, I'd like to be sure to invite you all to attend the 18th annual dog show by the volunteers in Northampton schools, which has been around for over 40 years in Northampton. This is the only fundraiser, and it's on March 7th, and is an incredible amount of fun. It's also free for people. Only the dogs pay. So we hope you'll come.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
Next on Zoom is Angela Wack.
For some reason, my video is disabled.
Hold on one moment. Let me see. Did that work? Here we go.
I believe it did. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm Angela Wack, and I live in Ward 2 in Northampton. Good evening. Tonight I want to talk to you about something that directly affects how well our students learn, the schedule at Northampton High School. Right now, NHS uses what's called a 4x4 block schedule. Here's what that means. Students take 4 classes each semester, but they typically change completely halfway through the year. So you might take Spanish 1 in the fall of your freshman year, finish it in January at the end of the semester, and then not take Spanish 2 until January of your sophomore year. Think about that. Imagine learning how to conjugate verbs in Spanish, then not using Spanish again for nearly a year. How much of that would you remember? The most recent Case Collaborative report shows this is causing real learning loss. Students are forgetting what they learned because of these huge gaps between classes, as seen in their declining math scores. Research tells us that even our typical summer break, students lose about 1 to 3 months of learning, but we're talking about gaps that are much longer than summer. This affects all students, but it hits hardest in subjects that build on each other, like math, foreign languages, and English, where what you learn in level 1 is the foundation for level 2. And it affects some students more than others. Students from lower income families and students with learning disabilities experience the most significant learning loss. There's a better option called an A-B block schedule. Instead of completely changing classes every semester, you'd take all your classes throughout the entire year, just alternating which ones you go to each day. So you'd have Spanish on A days and math on B days, for example, all year long. There's no gaps and no forgetting everything you learned. Now, I'll be honest, some teachers prefer the 4x4 because they only teach 3 courses at a time per semester instead of 6. But here's what matters more. The AEB schedule is better for students. It prevents those learning loss gaps, and it also helps students who struggle with transitions by keeping the routine more consistent throughout the year. This isn't just about scheduling, it's about setting our students up for success. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next in the room is Lisa Medinos.
Thank you. Lisa Modinos, Florence. I'm going to read an edited for length version of the email that we all received from CPAC. Despite repeated requests for transparency, Director Holloway and Superintendent Bonner have chosen not to share data on missed IEP services. During the discussion tonight, you have an opportunity to insist upon transparency and oversight in this matter. The CPAC Executive Board urges you to do so. For the last 6 months, NPS has been required to maintain, quote, a system for tracking which students miss special education services and supports on a particular day due to staff vacancies or daily staff absences, end quote. While the system has its origin in a state mandate, CPAC leadership has continuously maintained that the breakdown in trust and communication between caregivers and district administrators can only be addressed through the establishment of a more shared reality. This mandated system is an opportunity for growth. Some caregivers perceive that missed IEP services are rampant in the district. District administrators claim otherwise. PRS provided evidence for service violations, and the district is now required to collect data on how many services are missed each day, with the caveat that the data only reflects missed services due to staff absences. In this regard, it represents an optimistic measurement. The PRS complaint occurred because there wasn't transparency or accountability around missed services. A key question is whether the purpose of the system is only to satisfy a state demand or to help all of us be more accountable and transparent. As school committee, you have an oversight function, and you ought to take data from the system into account. Furthermore, administrators are now seeking to rebuild trust with the community by hiring outside facilitators. This goal is poorly served by continued opacity. Highlights of how data sharing requests have gone since September. September 25th, CPAC highlighted the need for transparency. Dr. Bonner denied our request to participate in developing the monitoring system. October through December 25th, 2025, CPAC includes a monthly request that data from the monitoring system be shared. December 9th, 25, Director Holloway shared that 14 families have been notified that their student had missed services that met a district-defined threshold. January and February 26, while appreciative of the notification of those families, CPAC emphasized that most cases of missed services would not be captured by this reporting metric, and that more transparency was needed. In your role as school committee, we urge you to provide oversight in the delivery of special education services. That's the end of the email. Now these are my words. The district has defined the parameters of which service violations to track. Whatever data that they provide is not indicative of reality for our special education children. Many families aren't even aware that their child's IEP is being violated, again due to a lack of transparency and a reporting metric designed to render those violations invisible and not be counted. As school committee, please push for more transparency. Ask the critical questions about IEP service delivery, and if you don't know what those questions are, ask the CPAC. And please advocate for special education rights in Northampton. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Daniel Brindell.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. My name is Dan Brindell, Northampton. I'm a Bridge Street dad. I think what a lot of us learned this week is that well, first off, I want to say hi to the committee. Thank you for doing this work. Likewise, the people in the audience making comments, some of whom I know, thank you for doing the work. And the high school kids, keep on it. That was amazing. You're awesome. You know, rock on, keep fighting. So what we learned this week is that this committee doesn't really get to decide how much money is spent on the schools. But what I learned this week is that what you guys have a lot more control over is how that money is spent. And so I would personally like to second what my neighbor over at Graves Avenue coincidentally also was talking about, which is that we look hard at tech integration in the classroom, which is obviously somewhere where a lot of money is going. We know that there are basic needs not being met. The mayor has made very clear, in order to spend some money on some things, we have to move it away from others. I think tech is a great example of a snowballing cost and something that we sort of take for granted and keep on pumping money into. But let's take a step back for a second. We're talking about a phone ban in the high school, but meanwhile, we give iPads to kindergartners and first graders as they walk in the door. We are teaching phonics through computer games that don't actually say the phonics out loud. We're not teaching kids to read with the oldest, most time-tested technology in the world, which is books. We've got lots of them, they're cheap, they're basically free in this town, and yet we're really overcomplicating it. Anecdotally, I know kids who struggle to read, but do very good in the computer games, and vice versa. And I think that's a major problem. I think there is a growing body of research, as the previous speaker alluded to, that this is not working, that this is dangerous, this will have bad ramifications, which may frankly be part of the reading issues that we are having within our school districts. You know, my kid is coming home with QR codes and asking me if I can scan them with my cell phone so that I can download an app onto my phone so that she can play a game. And again, this is a company called Amplify, which was owned by Rupert Murdoch from 2010 to 2015. He named it Amplify. And we're pumping our money into that. So, you know, this is untested. Our kids are guinea pigs in a lot of these situations. We're effectively outsourcing our curriculum to Murdoch. What else? Kids love screens, and we need to protect them from it. And it's definitely getting in the way of them learning, and I think it's taking a lot of money away from the rest of the expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next is Deborah Thompson.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Earlier this week, the district was given the opportunity to learn about the second part of the self-funded audit that the CASE Collaborative did over the last year, identifying, sorry, my letter just blacked out, identifying strengths and weaknesses regarding student services in the Northampton Public Schools. On paper, it confirmed what many of us have been concerned about and addressing our officials directly and through public comment for the last couple of years. It revealed systemic challenges for some of our district's children, which is frustrating and heartbreaking. If some of you haven't had a chance to read it yet, it's understandable. It's long, and some of us would be more than happy to sit down, encapsulate it, and help people go through it. Rather than demonizing some of us who have stuck our neck out there to bring these situations to light, please operate in a way that shows your commitment to all of the students in Northampton. The problems I would like every one of you to the problems are not a result of staff absences alone. I'd like every one of you to advocate for more staffing for the schools. Tell folks to stop pretending that we have enough. Take the steps to support some of the more marginalized students in our district and address the inequities of the students receiving or identified to receive special education. I'd encourage anyone with any authority over the way this city spends its money to look at the 48-page report that was released about the middle and high school this week and to reach out to our elected school committee officials, school teachers and staffs, family, and even students about their experience and what we can possibly do to fix these systemic issues, which forces some students to go unsupported or undersupported and violates their civil rights. Please, at a bare minimum, stop the madness, the mid-year appropriation dramas, and the vicious back and forth online attacks. The schools need focused strategizing and money to fix some of these glaring deficits. Investing now will help prevent costly measures even in the future for our town's children. CPAC has asked for a regular seat at this table during your meetings to give brief updates, and were denied. Instead, our officers are writing to you thoughtful letters before your meetings. Please read them. Lisa just read it. Given things like the 24 PRS complaints filed between September of 24 and December of 25, disparaging recordings and notes about a parent carelessly released to them and hitting international media, complaints filed and violations of our Student Services Department found by the state in the last year, some of which our district tried to appeal and were denied, please pay attention. This is, again, not just a result of staff absences, and I ask once again that we do something. I've heard some of you talk about how great the schools are, and I don't doubt that they are great for many students. Please commit to making them great for all of our students. Please don't let any other student try to survive this district feeling less than or that they matter less because of their schedule or their need for supportive services. Please address the inequities. I got one sentence, yeah, 1.5. Please address the inequities and the civil rights violations in the high school schedule with thoughtful care and planning. Please realize that the self-reported audits of missed services will miss things for children who are assigned to service 1 day a week for an entire year, and it will never be reported. In closing, please commit to fully fund our schools in a way that is equitable and just for all of our students here.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Laura Carney. Can you unmute?
Yep.
Okay, here you go.
And I can't start my video.
Hold on one sec. I don't know why some people can and some people cannot.
Yeah.
Let's see. Give that a try.
Let's see. Okay. Okay, great, thank you. Hi, my name is Laura Carney, in Florence, Ward 5. I have a first grader at Leeds and one starting next year in kindergarten. First, I want to urge members to please institute a phone-free policy at NPS where personal devices are inaccessible to students from first bell to last bell of the school day. Second, I want to express my gratitude to so many of you, previous and current school committee members, teachers, administrators, and community members for engaging with me on the topic of media use and educational technologies. I have learned so much from all of you. As screen-based educational platforms are becoming more and more common each year, my primary concerns are understanding the flexibility in opting for paper-based alternatives when needed, and how NPS resources are used to support the ed tech programs, including student time during a 6-hour day spent training on using apps, teacher time spent learning about and then monitoring use of each app, administrator time spent ensuring apps are vetted and are all being used safely and in compliance with legal guidelines. How could any of this time be spent otherwise? Lastly, money. How much are we spending on ed tech apps that we are not spending elsewhere in the schools? And is this money always well spent? Are the learning outcomes promised by ed tech companies actually realized? Unfortunately, across many districts, learning outcome data is not a prerequisite for app adoption, and therefore not always available. Curriculum Director Kate Messner has generously shared the details of how EdTech apps are evaluated at MPS. Sometimes data is collected by MPS in pilot classrooms, which I'm really eager to hear about because it sounds very promising. Publishers may put out their own studies for marketing purposes. For example, my son is using Amplify's Boost Reading in first grade during the core day and during a reading intervention program during aftercare, spanning 4 20-minute sessions each week. I could only find one study on Amplify Reading where design and analysis were reported. The study was published by Amplify itself, so it was not independent. The treatments were not randomly assigned. The effect sizes were low for kindergarten through 2nd grade, and alarmingly, negative learning effects were reported for special ed students. In fact, these were twice as negative as the general population gains were positive. The negative result was not mentioned anywhere else in the paper, and the authors concluded that Amplify Reading has a significant and meaningful positive effect, which would only increase with increased use. End of story. One caveat to my interpretation is that my expertise is in biology and not education, so I welcome any pushback from any of you. I do not share this to say that Boost is not useful. Teachers that I trust very much use this program. My point is that MPS cannot take the EdTech company's promise at face value. We owe it to our kids to verify that our school dollars are spent on resources that have proven positive impacts. As in my example, gains can be overinflated and harms alarmingly ignored. Just like MPS adopted the science of reading based on strong, independent generated research, EdTech can be held to the same evidence-based learning standards, and companies should be made to prove their tech before they earn our precious budget dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Next is Quaverly.
Hey guys, this is Quaverly from Graves Avenue in Northampton. Tonight, I understand you're going to be talking about the schedule, the block schedule. And what I've heard so far is that this block schedule has great benefits and so many teachers and students love it. I haven't heard from them why. Everyone who had a chance to explain that just sort of disappeared and was like, don't worry about it, we've had it for a long time, we love it. It sounds like maybe in the 90s or something, you guys got sold some buzzwords and you started a schedule that's very controversial because it has downsides. Hardly anyone uses it. Some of the only districts that use it are a few in our area. And one of the most obvious downsides is that you've been depriving kids of 25% of their academic career, right, if they're in learning strategies, because rather than pushing in special ed services for those students into their classes because you're so short-staffed, you send them off to this kind of study hall. And you're trying to fix that really quickly because it's so violative of the law and of civil rights. So you're gonna, like, every other semester maybe offer these kids like a pseudo class that doesn't really count towards much. So I guess you'll get an extra like 15.5% of their time back and just call that like fixed, less liability for us. It's not fixed. You need more staff. And you probably would have an easier time if you had more classes per day. Your day is very short, and I understand that your teachers probably like this and like having their 75-minute long preps, but you need to offer the teachers something, probably money, that would be a good exchange for having a schedule that doesn't discriminate against kids who are in special ed. You should figure out what that incentive is and get them back to the table to reopen collective bargaining. And in my view, any teachers union representative and any school committee member who's not working on that is not really interested in kids who are autistic or dyslexic or any other type of special need, no matter how much time or effort or care you may think you have, you probably have noticed that this isn't really a time where we're really satisfied with things like, oh, I hear you. Oh, we're listening. Oh, that hurts. No, nobody wants that. We want policies. You're the government. You're the government now. So your feelings are not what matters. Your policies are what matter. Your funding is what matters. And if you were to not be able to enroll kids in classes and the whole system would fall apart, then let it. Otherwise, what are you? Are you Attorney General Bondi saying the system's too big to fail, there's too many people to prosecute, it would all fall apart? Let it fall apart. If you've set up a contract that violates people's rights, maybe everything needs to fall apart until you fix it, for real. Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone else in the room who'd like to speak? Okay, I don't see anyone else on Zoom, so we will close out public comment. Thank you, everybody. And we will move on to, should we turn off that mic? Oh, you got it. Okay, thank you. Moving on to announcements by school committee members. Anyone have any announcements? Yes, Member Mahoney.
I'd like to start, please, with 3 thank yous. First, thank you to those who spoke this evening during public comment. We especially want to hear from parents, teachers, and staff who haven't spoken previously, and from those across grade bands and schools. I'd also like to say thank you very much to the first responders and the NHS team for their efforts to protect students and staff yesterday during the incident. And I'd also like to say thank you to the JFK students who stood up and standing out today at the Rotary. Thank you. Next announcement, the CPAC meeting is Monday, March 9th. OOD families, the out-of-district families, are meeting February 26th at 1 p.m. LPAC is planning an upcoming meeting. Ryan Road PTO had their brief meeting last night, and they're having a bingo game tonight, which feels like a lot of fun. And they are also currently doing a coin drive in classrooms. And then before I finish, I'd like to just say that there is an overarching theme to tonight's meeting, and that is restoring trust in district administration through improved transparency, accountability, and communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Martin and then Member Jewell.
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback a little bit on the NACE statement about what's happening in our country, the violence enacted on residents in this country by our federal government, and remind folks, or let you know if you don't know, that we have an immigrant-led coalition that was founded last year called LUCE in Western Mass. It's anchored by the Pioneer Valley Worker Center in Springfield, and they have a hotline, which everybody, I will send this around to Cassie, hopefully she can put it in the minutes. Everybody should have this number in your phone. If we are unfortunate to become the target, this is a really important way for us to try to reduce fear of the rumors that are spread online. People are rightfully scared. But LUCE and the hotline that they're running is a great way to send out verifiers to determine whether there is a real risk or not. So again, I'll share this around and ask everybody to make sure that you share this information widely with everybody. It will help us all keep ourselves as much safe as we can.
Thank you. Member Jewell?
I'm going to share an update from the Northampton Youth Health Coalition, who met last week on the 4th. Sorry, I don't have anything prepared, so I'm just going off my notes. So they have a list kind of demands that they work off of. So this is a coalition of adults and young folks in our schools. It was a really lovely time, and I learned a lot. So the demands are safety in the community with infrastructure and policing in particular, safety in schools, connection, equity, decision-making, to have more representation and to have better mental health access, autonomy, and support. So the response to these demands are the restorative practices. They're encouraging everyone to go to Growing RP, which happens about once a month, and also to have like mindful connections are being brought into the classrooms at various levels. There's a website, Youth Health Campaign, and they're trying to do more social media and get the information out to everybody. And then we also looked at 2025 Teen Health Survey data. Summing up, overall substance use is down and mental health is improving, with the caveat that like a while ago with cigarette smoke, it was down and now vaping is on the rise. And then when we looked at that data, we looked more deeply at through a lens of equity, particularly what was impacting students of color and also impacting girls and folks in the LGBTQIA community. We did not come up with any solutions. We just looked at the data, which is stark. You know, there's a lot of differences. Our students of color and our girls and our students who are in the LGBTQIA community are not having as great of a time as our cis white boys and students in general. And just thinking about how can we move forward. There's no solution right now, but building community, coming together, growing restorative practices, and hoping that this kind of the survey results and information can also be shared so people are aware of the discrepancies.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Okay, moving on to, Bobby.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, I just wanted to make my official announcement of retirement. I plan to retire mid-August. We'll also be seeing some other changes in our office. We have a long-term accounts payable person who will be leaving, and my assistant is also leaving June 30th. I will do my best to make a smooth transition, but I just wanted everybody to know that. That's it.
Thank you, Bobby. We're sorry to see you go, but congratulations. Okay, moving on to recommended actions. I'm going to read the items and then ask if there are any removals. There's no discussion on recommended actions unless something's removed. So we have meeting minutes from December 11th, 2025. Student Advisory Council meeting minutes also from December 11th. Meeting minutes from December 23rd, 25. Minutes from January 8th, 26. And minutes from January 22nd, 26.
I'd like to remove January 8th minutes, please.
Okay, January 8th. Any other removals? Seeing none, is there a motion on recommended actions, the first section, 1? And that would be all items except for D.
I move.
Okay, move to approve all items on recommended actions 1 except for D, seconded by? Seconded by Member Mahoney.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Member Martin, seconded by Member
Okay,
Mahoney.
Thank you.
And when you're ready, Cassie.
Yeah.
Actually, we don't have anyone on Zoom anymore, so we could do a voice vote. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objections or abstentions? Seeing none? Okay, and then moving back to the January 8th minutes.
So, may I?
Yes.
I know it was a very, very busy meeting, and there were times that were a little bit confusing. And I'm a little bit confused about the votes. There was a first vote that Cassie described in a minute where 3 of us, Member Steinmaber, Member Montgomery Tamaclo, and I voted against the earlier end time. But then there was another motion made that had to do with the retreat, I think, and when I was reading the minutes, the earlier end time was also rolled into that again, and we unanimously voted yes, but I don't recall that. So I didn't have time to go back and look at the whole thing again, but I don't believe that I ever voted yes for the earlier end time. So,
Okay, why don't we look at it, and then we'll bring it back to the
okay,
next meeting.
thank you, I really appreciate it.
Okay. Yes, Member Martin.
I actually also had something on the January 8th meeting, minutes. I didn't see this reflected, there was a lot to read, but I actually just want to make sure that it was captured that I requested that for the calendar that you initiated, that in October we will be reviewing the capital improvement requests from the administration in the schools.
Okay. Got that, Cassie?
I got it.
Okie dokie.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so moving on to recommended actions 2, we have a field trip, the 8th grade trip to Washington DC, and that's May 27th to May 30th. Another field trip for the high school to the Massachusetts Pre-Apprentice Training Group to New England Laborers Training Academy in Connecticut. A field trip at the 8th grade to Wright Field also in Connecticut on March 26th. The previous one was March 4th. And a donation from Leeds PTO for the 5th grade field trip of $1,300, and a donation of Jackson Street PTO for the field trip for $1,515. Any removals? If not, is there a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, motion's made by Member Jewell, seconded by? Seconded by Member Montgomery Tomoko. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objections, abstentions? Okay, those pass. And that brings us on to reports and recommendations. And Dr. Bonner, the superintendent's report is up first.
I have a point of order about the second item in Dr. Bonner's report.
What's your?
And so I
point of
can
order?
wait until she finishes her first item.
Okay, the point of order would be a rule.
The
that's
point
been
of
broken?
order is that at our 12/11 meeting, the out-of-time district-run program was referred to Budget and Properties and Curriculum subcommittees. Specifically, this body unanimously voted that both Curriculum and Budget and Properties work with the superintendent in the development of this program. I'm surprised that this topic was placed on the agenda this evening, as the committee's directive was not followed. I additionally want to note that Member Stein asked for this agenda item to be on the 9/26 Budget and Property Subcommittee agenda, and that before he became chair, and that request was not honored. So I want to make a motion to table this agenda items as well as items F, G, and H under new business, and ask the superintendent to follow the school committee's directive to work with the subcommittees to develop, I'm still speaking, the program and make recommendations to the whole body. Do you need me to repeat it? Because I know somebody was speaking while I was speaking.
No.
Okay.
I don't. All right, well, that motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and seconded. Roll call, please, Cassie.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So is there any consequence to
Yes.
would you like for me to respond? Can I respond to that? The consequence is that we will not be able to hire a director to help setting up the scheduling of this program and hiring site coordinators. It will push us off another month to be able to have this in place. And so our families will not know any information about this if this is pushed off.
Can you speak into the mic, because they can't hear you online.
And then I mean, if it's pushed off 1 month, that doesn't mean that the program can't happen. It just means it's pushed down the road a bit. It's pushed down the road a bit, meaning that it prolongs us hiring a director who is going to be able to organize and structure this program. Okay.
Question. Hand raised. So I am actually confused as to how we would hire a director if we haven't laid out the parameters for the program. And that was my understanding, was to be done in coordination between budget and property and curriculum. So the two subcommittees need to meet, and we need to hammer out the program. And then from there, we need to hire the director and the staff, but we can't hire a director for a program that we haven't set the parameters for. And the charge was for the subcommittees to set the parameters for the program. So I would prefer that we not hire a director and then have to retrofit them into the program. We should hire someone that we have, that we know is going to fit the needs of the program. Like their logistical issues. What time do we end? Like, what are we offering? We haven't made any of those determinations. So I think that it's premature to hire staff. And I understand the urgency and the need to hire staff, but the difference between February and March is not the difference between July and August. And we do have time to be thoughtful about this and be thoughtful in our approach. This is something that families have asked for, and I think that we owe it to them to do our due diligence and have the two subcommittees meet and come back and bring this to the full body.
I will just note that this was a directive to the superintendent to get this program started and to get it going. So I think she's been trying to do that. Anybody who hasn't spoken who'd like to speak?
I'm just confused as to why it was not on the Budget and Property Subcommittee or Curriculum Subcommittee agendas.
It wasn't on there. But I will say this, if you read the minutes for, in the back, the minutes for Budget and Property, there was a directive to the superintendent to follow the LEADS program, to model it. So in the report that you have right there that was put together by a working group that worked with me, literally lifted the LEADS program and then expanded it. Originally, the program was only supposed to be piloted at one of the elementary schools. The wish was for the previous school committee was to make it district-wide. So right now, it's okay. This can wait until next month or whatever month you all get to it.
Okay. Anyone else who hasn't spoken yet?
Doesn't affect me.
Oh, sorry, yeah, remember, Mike, though.
So I'm unclear, Dr. Bonner, as to what your recommendation is. Is it to go ahead with the business that's on the agenda or to postpone it and have it directed to the two committees that were asked to work with you on this?
Well, my recommendation is to listen to what I have to report out tonight and to approve those two positions so that we can post for those positions. It's not stopping the subcommittees meeting to have the conversation around whatever they want to do with that program. If they want to refine it, they want to throw out what I've shared tonight and start from scratch, they are well within their parameters to be able to do that. But it tells us that you gave me a directive and it was pointless, but that's okay. I did it, and you can do whatever you like with it.
Thank you.
Member Martin.
I'm aware that the previous school committee voted unanimously to refer to the two committees, and I also asked for it to be on the last meeting, which didn't happen. I understand there's a tension with you giving us, with us directing you to operationalize things, and that being sort of standard practice, but the previous school committee did ask for that to happen. So to not have that happen seems like a mistake, which happens. But, makes sense to me to hear your report tonight, and then for the committees to do as we were directed to do and consider this.
Okay. So back to Member Weisenfreud and then Member.
So I just like to, I think that this is an important issue in and of itself, but I think it's also important about how we conduct business here, right? Because it goes to our roles. Like I said, there was the minutes that you all just approved, the December 11th minutes, lay it out perfectly clearly, that there was a unanimous vote for Dr. Bonner to work with those two subcommittees to develop the plan. And I appreciate Dr. Bonner's enthusiasm. I do. I want her to work on operationalizing it, but we voted as an elected body to do this with Dr. Bonner, and Dr. Bonner went ahead and did what she wanted to do. She put it out in the newsletter. It went out to the entire city, what the name of the program was going to be, when the program was going to end, which I am not in agreement with, that we end the program at 5:30. Those are things we need to discuss. We've heard differently from parents about that. So I think it is really a mistake, right? Again, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but that is not what the vote was. And we do have, as elected officials, a responsibility. And this body and the superintendent has a responsibility to follow. And just to point out, I believe that Dr. Bonner, because we didn't have chairs of meetings yet, was responsible for deciding what went or didn't go on the agendas. So her answer is disingenuous, with all due respect, that it just didn't go on the agenda, because Dr. Stein, Member Stein, did ask for it to go on the budget and properties agenda, and apparently Amy Martin also asked for it to go on the curriculum agenda, and it wasn't put on there, and I think that it was Dr. Bonner who decided that. So I think it's very important that we adhere to our own votes and that we do things properly. Thank you.
Okay, member. Oh,
Just for clarification, if you read the December minutes too, you will also know that the title of the program was listed there. And there was also notes for the program. So it wasn't just that this is just my enthusiasm to do the job. So just let me know what you want done. You know, I'm going to put a pause on it, and it's okay. And if you want to start from scratch, it's okay. It's really okay. It just shows that maybe you have a misunderstanding in terms of what the roles are for the school committee and the superintendent. But if you want to be the manager and the operator of the programs, feel free. It's okay. It really is okay. And it's going to put a pause on what parents will expect for next year.
I thought you just said it wouldn't.
It's going to put a pause on it, because by the time you all get together and meet and come up with your decisions, and if you're changing parameters, then we have to work with NACE in terms of what they're going to be requesting, and then you need to hire someone, and that does take time. So it's okay.
Okay. Member Montgomery, Tomaglo, and then
So one of the reasons that I wanted to put a pause on it tonight is because I've been hearing from parents that it doesn't meet their needs. They need a later in time. And so, like, I feel like it's important for us to recognize that our constituents have reached out to us about this and have concerns. And it's not that we're not going to use what you have, but we should all be working in concert to meet the needs of as many families as we can. And a 5:15 end time was not feasible for a lot of families that are reaching out and talking to us about I'm going to talk for myself, that are reaching out to me about the program. That was the big concern. So I think that, like, I would appreciate if we could all get together before the next meeting. We have 4 weeks because it's a short month, but we can do it. Have a joint meeting with budget and property and curriculum and the superintendent. We review what Dr. Bonner has provided. We bring the feedback that we have already received from parents, and we work together to create the system that most likely will benefit and be beneficial to our families. What we do not want to do is rush this and do something that is not beneficial for families who have been waiting years for us to roll this program out beyond leads.
did I miss a hand over here? Oh, Member Marshall,
no,
did you
I'm
raise your
just
hand?
thinking with my hands.
Oh, okay. All right. So the motion on the floor is to postpone it and not hear the presentation that Dr. Bonner has planned tonight. So let's vote on that. Yes.
Actually, before we vote, I do have one question, and that is, Member Tomaclo, do you feel that your question around the end time could be addressed tonight in response to Dr. Bonner's report, and then perhaps a meeting scheduled in addition to that? I'm hesitant to not hear the report, simply because of what seems to be a procedural issue, I'd like to hear where things are.
I would not want to speak for the rest of the curriculum subcommittee.
Okay, but you personally, you're based on your constituents and their concerns.
Yeah, so for my concerns, because like part of my job is my constituent concerns, but also I am a member of the curriculum subcommittee, so I wouldn't want to say yes when I have 2 other members here who may not agree with that statement. So I can't answer that question.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Member Martin.
I don't know if this is the right process, but can I make a friendly amendment to also direct the 2 chairs of those committees to schedule a meeting before our March?
There's no real such thing as a friendly amendment because it's, you can make an amendment, but we would have to vote on it, yeah.
Okay. Can I offer that amendment?
Motion?
Yes, please.
Make a motion to table this agenda item as well as items F, G, and H under new business, and ask the superintendent to follow the school committee's directive to work with the subcommittees to develop the program and make recommendations to the whole body.
So my amendment would just be to add a time frame to that, to have that, a joint meeting occur before our next regularly occurring school committee,
That was my assumption.
just to be clear.
Okay, so if you're making that motion, then is there a second to that motion to amend?
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor of that amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Abstentions? Okay. 1 abstention, Member Bartoli. Okay, so that brings us to the original motion as amended, to table or postpone with that amendment. Any further discussion? Let's do, and that would mean that we will end this discussion on, for this part of the superintendent's report, and then those items that are on the agenda later, those job descriptions would not be, we would skip over them and they would be postponed. Everyone got it? Okay. Roll call, please, Cassie.
Could you read the motion as is, having been amended before we vote, please?
Cassie, are you able to do that?
No, my head's spinning with
I
this
can do
conversation.
it.
I'm sorry.
The motion is to table the agenda item as well as items F, G, and H under new business, and ask the superintendent to follow the school committee's directive to work with the subcommittees to develop the program and make recommendations to the whole body. The subcommittees shall meet before the next school committee meeting.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Roll call, please.
Ready? Member Weissenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
No.
Member Bartoli.
No.
Everybody? Okay. Okay, so that is postponed until the next meeting with a meeting in between of those 2.
If we're able to schedule that meeting, yeah.
Okay. Yes.
So, given that we've just passed a motion to meet before the next meeting, aren't we obligated to schedule that meeting?
So that's just for those 2 subcommittees.
Right.
To meet.
Yeah.
I think Cassie would reach out and work on scheduling that. Yeah. Okay. 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 Dr. Brenner, can we go back to the first part of your report?
Could we take 5?
Yes. Recess till 8:22. Uh-oh, we lost the curtain. Okay, thank you, everyone. We are back from that recess, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Bonner.
Okay, quick report this evening.
What's that?
In the Northampton Public Schools, the safety and well-being of the children and staff remain our highest priorities. We understand that in an increasingly complex world, clarity regarding school safety and communication is essential for peace of mind. I want to reaffirm our commitment to maintaining a secure learning environment and to outline how we work with the community during emergencies. We believe that transparency builds trust. In the event of any safety concerns or emergency situations, the district is committed to providing timely and accurate information via Parent Square, the district's notification system. To prevent the spread of misinformation, we ask that you rely on official district communications rather than social media rumors. We ask that caregivers keep.
Is freaking out? Okay.
So you didn't catch any of that? No.
Okay. Okay. We ask that caregivers keep their contact information as well as emergency contact information updated. Please check to verify that phone numbers and emergency contacts are current with your child's respective schools. If you have changed your mobile number or email recently, updating it now ensures you won't miss a critical update. We take our responsibility to protect student data very seriously. Our district operates in compliance with the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, which is FERPA. While we cooperate with the law enforcement and safety officials as required by law to ensure a safe campus, we do not disclose sensitive student records or personal information to outside agencies, including federal immigration authorities, unless presented with a valid judicial warrant or subpoena, or in cases of a health and safety emergency as defined by law. Schools are meant to be sanctuaries for learning. By keeping our lines of communication open and our records updated, we ensure that every student can focus on what matters most, their education and growth. MPS has a protocol and process to follow if ICE officers arrive at the school. Like any visitor entering the building, the administrative staff will ask who they are and for what purpose do they want to access the building. For ICE officers, they must present a judicial warrant to enter the building. School personnel must allow access to ICE officers who presents a judicial warrant. School personnel are requested to send a picture of that warrant to the superintendent's office immediately for me or counsel to check if it's legitimate or not. Meanwhile, the school personnel is contacting the caregivers. We have a detailed protocol of ICE officers if ICE officers approach. First, we use visitor protocol in place, ask for identification, copy or take a photo of their ID, inform building principal and superintendent. School is placed in shelter in place. Ask the agent for judicial warrant, copy or take a photo to send to the superintendent. Ask the agent to sit in the main office or keep them outside until the warrant is checked. If a warrant is cleared, we want to maintain students' dignity and privacy. And then the social workers and family engagement and outside agencies will work with the families during and after such an event. If an ICE officer approaches a student on school grounds but outside of school, school personnel stand in loco parentis. School staff will escort the student and ICE officer to the school office and initiate the protocol just mentioned. The same also applies to students on school buses. Drivers are instructed to return the student to school. Usually, our school social workers and supervisor of family engagement is aware if a caregiver is detained while a student is at school. However, They are equipped to ensure that students can remain enrolled in school and see to the welfare of the child with the assistance of different agencies. School staff were notified of our protocols. Principals were asked to review protocols with clerical staff back in November 2024. Protocols were sent again in February 2025 and August 2025. As your superintendent, I continue to send updates and review protocols with clerical and principals. One very notable change was that in February 2025 update that the schools were no longer considered sensitive locations. So staff were informed of those changes. I try to keep caregivers aware via the monthly newsletters and a statement over Parent Square with the resources such as Know Your Rights from the Attorney General's office. Office for Refugees and Immigrants and the Attorney General's office sponsored a training entitled Know Your Rights. And this training was completed by some of the former school committee members, the building teams, district social worker, and myself. The district also directs caregivers to the Mira Coalition and the PAIR project. And then in the next few weeks, an updated training will actually ensue by the Attorney General's office. Schools remain focused on student safety, access to education, and maintaining clear protective procedures should federal agents ever appear on school grounds. So my report tonight was in response to several school committee members who were receiving inquiries from their constituents about our protocols and practices if an ICE agent was ever to enter into our school system. So hopefully that was helpful to you all, and I will continue to update our families via the newsletter. Okay.
Member Martin. Thank you for that, Dr. Bonner. Appreciate. I think you cannot possibly over-communicate about such serious issues. To a question and then a suggestion for your consideration. Can you just say, given that we're aware staff changes in the schools, right? We see the turnover, how new staff are trained on these protocols?
So the principals were reminded to make sure that they update it or keep the faculty and staff informed. So during the initial faculty and staff meeting at the beginning of the school year, there was a review of the protocols, and then some of our mandated training in the welcoming or visitors in the school building protocols, there was that information updated as well. So I know that our principals are in the know and very concerned about what's happening throughout the nation, particularly in Minnesota, and we know that there's a lot of activity in Maine. They are very, very concerned in terms of what will happen if it actually happens here. And we actually did some role-playing actually the other day so that the level of nervousness as into what to do when it happens. We did that both with the principals as well as with the administrative assistants, who are usually the first to receive the call. So, all I can do is just to remind the principals to just keep the staff informed and remind them of what the protocols are. They do know what it means to shelter in place. Shelter in place is not only just sit in your room, but the blinds and window shades should be down so that you're not, visible to outside and so on. And it's just a matter of making sure that we keep the officer within a space, not allowing them to walk through the building. So it's really protecting our students and making sure that they're in that space, keeping them centered in one location. Many of our staff members want to keep them outside. The other alternative is that they could actually send them to the superintendent's office, but they may not go. So we have to have that what if.
Yeah, that was actually going to be my suggestion. I know a neighboring community, the requirement is that they actually bring the warrant to the superintendent's office, and that actually council you know, who would be trained to understand the nuance of different kinds of warrants be the one, and with the clear understanding of the implication of how much time that might take as a positive.
Yes.
So if that could be a change that we could do, understanding, of course, that we can't control what they do,
Right.
but we could set up our policies to be as strong to protect our students and our staff
And
as
our
well,
staff.
and our educators, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Are the crossing guards also included in the training, or whose purview are they under?
So the crossing guards they're under the school district, and so, and they're under our Director of Transportation. So she's the one who directly sent out the notification in terms of what if. So I will double check to make sure, but I know that she did send out something, but I will make sure. Yeah.
And is that part of the onboarding process for the new, I know that Ms. Zamer was referring to them not as
Campus monitors.
campus monitors, thank you.
So we'll make sure that that's a part of their training and their onboarding. Because they will also have to do the mandatory trainings, so.
Okay. Further questions? Thank you, Dr. Bonner. Thank you, Dr. Bonner. And we will move on to the business administrator's report. And Bobby.
Hi.
Hey.
So my information is in your packet, and I just want to say that the review of the warrants are going really well with Member Sainer Sullivan. Lots of good questions. She's doing a really good, intimate job of looking at each parts of it, so that's very refreshing. And then as far as the year-to-date report, it was the will of the committee, I believe, even in December or prior, so the previous committee, that we do that work primarily in budget and property. So I just want to make sure that that is what this committee would like to see happen. And I think that would be good. They have a little more time to actually get into the details and to really review the information. So I'd like to continue with that. We had a great meeting this past month and reviewing how to look at the reports and what it is. We talked about revolvings, we talked about the grant funds, et cetera. So I just would like to know if anybody has any input to that. But other than that, that's all I have.
Okay, so you would include them on our agenda, or you do a quarterly on our agenda, but the conversation would happen in budget and property? Is that what you're suggesting, Bob?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is that I would review either monthly or quarterly. That would be up to the subcommittee, and then they would bring forward that in their report. But I would continue to submit the report every month.
Got it, okay.
For the review.
Any questions or comments? Yes, member?
Yeah, I mean, I'm no longer on budget and properties, although I'm kind of hooked on it, so I'll keep watching for now. But I think that worked really well, and I guess my feeling is if it isn't broken, let's not fix it. If it works well for Bobby, it worked well for the subcommittee, so I'm in favor of, continuing that practice that worked so well last year.
Anyone else have any comments or any comments in general on Bobby's report? Yeah, Member Joel.
I just have a question, and maybe Dr. Bonner can answer this, but around the personnel report, are there exit interviews being conducted for the folks who are leaving?
So our HR department handles that in the city side, and people have to opt to do it, and many choose not to.
When they do it, do you get a report back?
I haven't seen anyone do it yet. They don't send it back.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Bobby. Thank you. And we're moving on to item C, which is a report from the Director of Student Services. Welcome. Thank you for being here. You've got that mic there. Does it reach you?
Thank you. Oh,
Okay.
Thank you for having me. That sounds good, right?
Do you know everybody?
Hi. No, I'm Matt Holloway. I'm the Director of Student Services. It's really a pleasure to be here. I've got to know a couple folks, but this is my first presentation to this group. I am very happy to be sharing about some of the work we're doing here. I'm going to share my screen. Oops. Okay. Great. So, shall I kind of? I'm gonna begin. I've got two large topics. So I'll go through the first one, pause, take questions, and then the second one. Kind of how I thought this might play out, but obviously, however folks want to address this is fine with me. So we'll talk about the lab service reporting, and then we'll talk about the case collaborative secondary level report. So this lab services reporting, this is an outline of the essential task of the reporting process. So these are the procedures by which building administrators determine which, if any, special education teachers or paraprofessionals, paraeducators, will be assigned coverage of daily staff absences. The procedure shall include a system for tracking which students miss special education services and supports on a particular day due to staff vacancies or daily staff absences, and a periodic review of whether students whose services or supports were interrupted due to coverage responsibilities require compensatory services. I should say I did send out a large packet with some historical documents on this, just so folks have the context around it. Happy to kind of speak more to that, but I want to focus on the work that we're doing here. So the data entry happens when building administration cannot provide coverage for an absent staff member. Affected students are logged into a central database. There's a biweekly review where every 2 weeks, student service administrators identify students who have missed services for 3 or more consecutive days or 5 or more days total within the period. And then verification, the lists are shared with building principals and special education coordinators to verify accuracy before parents are contacted. So this was sort of a structure that we established with working with building principals, clerical staff. We did have CPAC meet and review this with us, and then this was approved by the Department of Ed, as you all have at the end of the packet. So this is kind of the structure that we've been running since late September, early October. It seems like folks may be interested in the details of how this all plays out. So our 4 elementary schools each have a form. Each building maintains detailed schedules for its paraprofessionals and special ed teachers. These schedules list the specific students each staff member is assigned to support at any given time. The schedules are updated on a rolling basis as student supports change or staffing schedules change. Special education coordinators and liaisons are responsible for communicating any changes to administration. After following the procedure for assigning the daily coverage, the building administrator or assigned clerical staff member must identify any services that could not be covered for that day. The administrator or clerical staff member will then log the missed service by copying the list of affected students into a designated online form, along with information about the nature of the lapse service, for example, one-to-one, small group, teacher, paraeducator, and its duration. So this is really kind of describing that daily coverage. You know, if you talk to a building principal, you know, first hour plus of their day is making the coverage assignments that they have to make. We also included sort of the decision tree by which those coverage assignments are made, because they have to do prioritization. So that's in your packet as well for folks who want to review. The reporting form asks the individual to select their school. Obviously, there's one for JFK also, one for NHS also. The date, the nature of the missed service, so group paraeducator, small group paraeducator, one-to-one paraeducator, special education teacher. For elementary schools, the durations are built in windows because, of course, the elementary school day, is not a rigid, fixed 6-period, 4-period schedule. It's a more fluid thing. So service delivery grids on IEPs are written at different lengths of time based on student need. So that's why that duration has a range to it. And then the principal or the clerical member are putting in the first and last names of affected students. They're asked to report students in groups only when the missed services are the same for the full group, and don't report missed services for students who are absent. So I thought, just based on the interest, that a mock-up might be helpful. So this is how the data comes to us. And you see the first column is the date, second column is the nature of the missed service, third column is the duration within, there's also a range there. Fourth column is first and last names. Obviously, I masked that, but these are student, these would be true student names. And then final column are comments, which is really useful context for us when we communicate with families around, what was missed and what might be affected. So this is the actual spread over the first quarter or so of the LAP service reporting. So by which we mean, when we looked at this sheet, excuse me, I'm going to go back for a second. When we looked at that fourth column, we see in this example, student A is repeated, student B is repeated, student C is repeated. And so we're going to look at that 2-week spread and identify how many students, which students are identified as meeting those thresholds, which are in place, and then those students are the ones whose families are reached out to schedule IEP team meetings. So that's where this number here, 12, 14, 16, comes from. And so in your report, I gave a little context around the nature of the missed services. I believe 14 were reflected by group paraeducator services, which could be a paraeducator supporting 5 or more students. One was special education teacher, and one was speech and language pathology. I did break it down in the packet, so if that number is a little bit off, but that was the essential breakdown. And so we then send out that notification to families and invite a team meeting to sit down and review the outcome. So if a student meets one of those thresholds, the determination of the need for compensatory services is not a rote formula. An IEP team meeting is convened to review the student's progress and to decide if the missed services caused academic or functional harm. If a need is identified, it's formally documented in an N1, which is what we call the Notice of Proposed School District Action. And then the compensatory services are tailored to the student and might include services happening during the school day, if that schedules well and works well for the student and the team. The extended day, after school study, tutoring sessions, outside providers. Sometimes we contract with private services during or outside the school day, particularly when internal schedules are at capacity. So I wanted to just give you a snapshot of the work we do, how we do it, and some of that background, and then kind of pause and take questions. I will say this, that as the questions get, if we start to get into the more depth around what changes do we need to have and what moves we need to make as a department, the case evaluation is a programmatic level evaluation, so some of those things might be addressed there.
So I have what is hopefully an efficient 3-part question, but are staff absences the only reason that a service would be missed?
No. So it could be vacancies, if there's a staff vacancy. It could be that coverage chain that a principal is making. So, if person A is covering for person B is covering for C. So, it's that coverage chain. Sometimes students are affected even though absences are not the root cause. So, for example, for any reason, let's say a special education teacher has a planning meeting that's a top priority, and so a paraeducator is asked to sub for that, that could create this, so any kind of operational need.
But those aren't being tracked as a metric?
No, they are.
They are. So, okay, because I was hearing from families that the only metric that was being used was staff absences. Is that?
No, that's not true.
Okay. So, so there are several different metrics that are being used?
Ultimately, what we're looking for is the service not being met. If the service is not being met, it's being tracked.
And then how is, I'm sorry, this was probably presented,
Okay.
but what time frame is that being communicated to families?
Sure, that's a good question. So the review is biweekly. So we do a biweekly review of the data. Then what, and I meant to have a slide for this. I think it's in your packet. What we do is we identify students, affected students. We email their principal and the special education coordinator, and just ask them to do a quality check on the data, make sure the student wasn't absent, make sure that, things get, so just there's a quality check. We usually give them about a week to do the quality check. So it's about a 2-week rolling basis upon which a family would be notified if their child was affected.
Okay, thank you.
Member Montgomery Tom McClough.
Hi, so thank you for this. So I have a couple of questions. So first, what's the rationale between the threshold of 3 consecutive days or 5 days total within a 2-week time span? Like, what is the rationale behind that?
I think the majority of these services, I think just to back up for a second, all this stuff was established, by a group of administrators, special education teachers, special education coordinators, folks came together on a Friday afternoon right before, I want to say winter vacation, not winter vacation, but it was, it was kind of this all hands on deck, we really need to, sort this out meeting. I think at that time, the group thought that group paraeducator support, where there's a para in the room supporting a large number of students working with the teacher, was most likely the thing that would be missed the most. And so when we set these parameters, I think that was what folks were imagining as being the primary service to be looked at in terms of that. And so these thresholds seemed significant to that group. If you don't have a paraeducator supporting your whole class on Monday, it's gonna be tough, but it might be okay. 2 days in a row, but once you hit 3 days in a row, I think the group felt like that very well might have a measurable impact on student learning. And then the same thing, 5 days out of 10 is a very substantial number too. So I think that's where the group was at with the rationale.
Okay, so next, my follow-up question to that is, so since that's the rationale, are we tracking just 1 day, 2 days? Or is it just every 2 weeks you go back and you look at how many people missed at least 3 consecutive days or 5 in a row? Because I'm just trying to figure out where our data is. Do we have data for all of the missed services?
Yeah, so this is the data. This is a mock-up of the data. And what you see is, student A, let's just take student A for a moment, on September 22nd, didn't have their group paraeducator for 1 JFK period. So then, there's 2 of us. When we're scanning this 2-week span, we look for student A's name again, and we see on the following day, the student didn't have their group paraeducator for 3 JFK periods. So the student doesn't, this is just a mock-up. So, what we're looking for then is we're following student A's name and seeing if they appear within that threshold.
And finally, how do you determine if it did or did not cause educational harm that time? Because I think that's really kind of subjective.
Right, and thankfully, it's not on me, nor any one person. That's the IEP. So the IEP team deliberation is where this really happens. So the determination of need is not a rote formula. The team is convened and they review the student's progress. So, in some cases, what we see are reports from general education teachers, progress reports, service provider reports on IEP goals. So really any kind of measure of the outcome of the student's learning.
Okay, that's all for now.
Sure. I'm going to read a little bit from the letter and then follow up with some questions. So the CPAC officers wrote to the school committee and asked us to focus the energy on providing accountable and effective special education services today and tomorrow, rather than arguing with the PRS over what happened yesterday. They emphasized that the PRS complaint occurred because there was not transparency or accountability. And in December, after repeated requests from CPAC, They were shared that some families had been notified about the missed services around a district-defined threshold. And while appreciative of the notification about the number of students who exceeded the district-defined threshold, CPAC emphasized that most cases of missed services would not be captured by this reporting metric. And so, again, they want the focus on current IEP service delivery grid. So I guess I'm wondering, with this district-defined threshold, was there any feedback from DESE on that?
You have a copy in your packet of the DESE letter of closure on the matter.
Right. And
The acceptance.
they,
It's the last page of your packet.
I know it's the last page, but I'm just wondering, was there consultation with DESE around this? District threshold?
The setting of the threshold? No, as I was explaining just a second ago, we had a meeting of the special education teachers, coordinators, building principals, and special education administrators that set those thresholds out. We did meet with CPAC executive officers, talk through the thresholds, but no, the Department of Ed did not review the threshold. They approved the system as a whole, which contains the threshold.
Okay. Then the other question I have, in the interest of communication, would you be willing to share this PowerPoint with CPAC families so that they can better understand?
Of course. Oh, and every member here has it already, and I assume Cassie would put it in the packet after the meeting.
So we have permission to share this? with
Absolutely.
CPAC?
Oh,
Okay.
absolutely.
Great. I think it would be really helpful to have this sort of update each month from the Office of Student Services. Again, to improve the communication, accountability, and transparency. And how is it that parents are notified? Is there a form that you use? Is it an email?
It's an email.
And then that N1 is sent as part of that?
It's an email which triggers the process of scheduling a team meeting with the special ed coordinator. The team meets, deliberates, and then proposes an N1 to describe the action that we're proposing.
Okay. And given that there were the 23 PRS complaints filed between September of '24 and December '25, do you expect that this will help reduce that number going forward?
I wouldn't venture to speculate on that.
Okay. I think that that's all I have for questions. Thank you.
Quick question. Who is like completing the form? Who's filling?
Who's what?
Who's completing the form, the Google form?
Right, so that is a little bit of a building by building answer.
Yeah.
You know, because we have, so this is where, and I just want to really emphasize, and I described this in our packet, you know, sometimes the Department of Ed will come with a mandate, and I think folks in this room are well aware that they don't also provide an additional building administrator or clerical staff member to fulfill that mandate. So really, we look to our building administrators to, you know, set up the system. The building principal is ultimately responsible for getting it entered. Some, you know, delegate or share the duties between clerical staff members, special education coordinators. So those are really the three,
Yeah.
you know, people who might do it.
Okay, so I'm looking at the elementary schools, which have one principal, sometimes not even like a full-time clerical person there, that person's in the library or somewhere else, and then shared special education coordinators. So if the principal's out, the shared special ed coordinators at a different school or something, then what? Do classroom teachers have access to this, or the special education teachers of each grade level?
Luckily, our building principals never call out. No, I mean,
But they do get called to so many things,
it really
right?
is, you know, it's a tremendous amount of responsibility they carry with it. The reason, so either the principal or the clerical person, those are the ones who, because there's a solid hour or so of scheduling every morning that the building principal is doing.
Yeah.
So the only person who truly can track those details is either the principal themselves or the clerical person who's communicating it out. So really, it does fall to the two of them. There are instances where the special ed coordinator, one time is, as I said, if teachers are attending meetings, including IEP meetings, and that affects coverage. So sometimes the coordinators have that insight, and so there are buildings there are buildings where coordinators are assisting.
Okay.
But the bulk of it is either the principal or the clerical person.
And if teachers are noticing that the learners in their classroom are missing services, but it's not getting reported for whatever reason, then what do they do?
We encourage them to reach out.
To you?
To me directly if they want to the build. I would say start with the building principal. That shouldn't happen because of the way that coverage assignments are made.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like paraeducators' locations are sort of at the, the building principal is the one who really needs to control that. But
Mhm.
but if it happens, certainly they can reach out to me or the principal directly, and we'll certainly get to the bottom of it and track it.
Okay. And I have one more question.
Sure, of course, yeah.
Like, what is it? The Senate hearings? So have you noticed, as you've been implementing this reporting, have you noticed any patterns or trends?
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to call out in your packet was that you see that there's a large number at JFK, which does have the most periods of its instructional day. It also has some rotations, like it's a rotating end of the day schedule. But I did make it a point, and I probably should have given you the specific dates, but the bulk of those 10 that are identified at JFK were in the first couple months of this tracking system when, the other thing is that the ability to read and schedule one IEP grid, times a couple hundred, that's hard work. It really does have to be printed and hand done. And so, I just want to say that was a very much an early year pattern that things have kind of equalized across the schools so that, I think we're seeing, I do think that this system is making us all more aware of patterns that can occur. And it does have, as I said to Member Rice, Reese, I'm sorry. I said to Member Reese, a staff vacancy, for example. If we have a vacant position, for whatever reason, if we fall into the same habit of pulling the same person to cover that one vacant position at a certain time, what happens to that student, to that person's, students on a repeated basis? So I think what this has done, and I think the principals would agree, has been to, force us to not fall into patterns with the coverage assignments that we make. I shouldn't say we, the building principals make. So I do think that is one, positive outcome to tracking this and measuring it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions and just wanted to make sure I'm really clear on what you're saying. So first, do you have a sample email to a parent that you could read us or that we could see?
I'd be happy to, anonymize something and put it in the follow-up materials. Sure.
And do you ever hear back? Like, do you get emails back? Do you say?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to see it, just because communication has been raised up as such a big issue. So I understand that we have this metric where there's a threshold of 3 consecutive days or 5 days total of missed services in a 2-week period, right? That's what, right? That is the metric.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
No. I'm really just trying to understand and clarify. And I think you've also said that you do know all missed services, however, right? Because you look at each student, you're aware of all the missed services, not just the missed services according to this metric.
Yeah.
Correct?
So the mock-up is there.
Okay, so I got that right. So I think that CPAC was asking for data on all the missed services. Is that something that you can provide us and CPAC?
So the reason that I shared the mock-up with you is to show you the data as we review it, as we take it in. And I think, the questions are highlighting why the data comes in the way that it does in terms of limited staff capacity to put it in.
I'm sorry, I
I am
don't understand that
concerned
answer.
about
I'm sorry, I really don't understand. I'm not trying to be difficult. If you know all the missed services, can you share them with us?
So if I may.
Okay, yes.
So the way that it comes in is here. This mock-up shows how it comes in. And what you see are 50 minutes, group para, 3 students. 100 minutes, group para, 3 students. 300 minutes, 1-to-1 para, 1 student. So I want you to kind of see how that pattern plays out on this spreadsheet, this mock-up. And I want to just say that maintaining a high integrity of our data is one of my core responsibilities. And this is not, this does accomplish the goal that we set out to accomplish, which is to identify students who miss services, meet a threshold, and identify that need for compensatory service. So that really is what we were tasked to do. And as I said, I mean, this is without additional staffing. It's without some kind of, full-time employee in each school who's following paraeducators around and tracking where they are. So the data is what you see here. This is the data. Trying to roll this up into a meaningful metric would not be a high integrity approach to this data, and it's not something that I would be comfortable doing.
I'm sorry, I really don't understand your answer. I mean, I guess the reason I'm asking is, A, because CPAC has requested all the data on missed services, and I think, especially since they weren't allowed to participate in how this was set up, I think it's really important to honor their request for that, and also for us on the school committee, the overall missed services, our understanding of the overall missed services directly relates to our incredibly tight staffing, right? So we really need to understand what the overall missed services are in addition to the metric that you've created so that we really understand where the staffing gaps are and can properly advocate for that. And I don't know, maybe I'm just not, you know a lot more about this than I do, but I'm not finding your answer very, maybe somebody else can explain it to me, because I'm not understanding why we cannot have all the data on all missed services and just the metric that you've identified. Thank you.
Member Martin.
Yeah, 2 things. One, I mean, what I took away from the CPAC letter was, and maybe this is a part of the disconnect here, I'm not sure, was like about percentages, and I think you're just asking for the raw data. Just give us the totals, which seems like that should be doable. Not interpreting them in terms of percentages or anything like that, but just the total data. So is that possible?
I don't believe so. No, not in the way that we collect it, because of the way that this breakdown comes. I don't believe so.
So is that because of the threshold?
No.
That's been
Nope.
Could you
Because of the way
explain?
that we collect it,
All right,
the way that it comes in.
Yeah,
Wait to be recognized, please. Pardon me.
I can just, and what makes it, it just seems like it would be a process of totaling the services, just addition. Definitely a project time, but not a difficult process to add all of those things up.
Yeah, I mean, I respectfully, I disagree. I don't think that just tabulating these, adding these up will provide meaningful data with a high level of integrity.
Well, perhaps you could share it with us and we could look at it and discuss that and with that data in front of us, you could share your perspective on why that's not true, and we could have a process together which might address some of the concerns people are having about transparency and trust. I know it would be an effort on your part, but I think it might be a worthwhile one to do that with the community.
Member Bartoli, did you have your hand raised?
I'd like to hear what Director Holloway responds before proceeding with my question.
Well, I think this spreadsheet kind of gives you, this screenshot rather, gives you the issue here. So because we're going across schools and because we have very, very discrepant spans of minutes that attach to each of the service types, those discrepant spans of minutes will make it very difficult to quantify what a service is. And so therefore, I don't think that that this adds up into a meaningful number.
You would just have lots and lots of different buckets of different kinds of things depending on the schools and their periods and stuff, but we could understand that that was true, that there's lots of different kinds of data. And
yeah, I mean, I don't believe those would be meaningful buckets, and I think then we don't have a denominator to compare them to. So I have concerns about that.
great, well, let's look at it together.
Member Bertolli, did you?
So I just want to repeat back what I've heard. You do not think it would be constructive to share the full data with it because of the effort the full data with us because of the effort that would be involved in understanding it or explaining it? I'm not.
It's the nature of the data itself. Not so much the effort, but the nature of the data itself.
Okay. So would you be willing to let us make that judgment for ourselves?
So I can black out column 4 of the spreadsheets that come in. Share that. The problem is that you don't have a denominator. It's not a meaningful number against the services that are delivered district-wide. And so I
Wouldn't
don't
we
think it
see
would
it
be
over time, perhaps? We'd compare time period to time period and see trends?
Yeah, I could see that as being something that somebody could do.
You done?
Was that a yes?
What's that?
Was that a yes?
I mean, so the ask is to just black out column 4 and send those spreadsheets to the committee without the context of what the larger district service delivery is. And I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with that, just because of, without being able to compare what we have delivered. So, if I made up a number and said there's 1,000 missed minutes, somebody might see that number at the headline of headline of an article and say, oh my gosh, they missed 1,000 minutes. And the context that they delivered 140,000, it loses the context.
So is your fear the public responds to data that is not fully understood?
Yes.
Okay. And I would like to commit as an individual member of this body to a process that is trying to understand a problem together and solve the problem together, and that in being transparent about what the challenges are that we face, we can then anticipate how to respond to them. And that if you in good faith can share this information with us, then we can work with you to understand how we can create a better situation for all of us, for our kids, for our families, for our educators. Does anyone disagree with the statement that I have just made?
Well, could you, or maybe another committee member or you, I would like to hear how to handle the denominator problem.
I got it. So, this one is a fairly easy problem. So you have your service.
Yes, I have now.
Yeah, so I have my hand up.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. So you have your service delivery. You have your educators, you have your paras, you know the numbers, you know the hours that they work, you have the hours that they have delivered, you have the hours that are missed. You do the math between the two, and then you see like what positions are missing, and that's how you reconcile your data fairly quickly. And you can anonymize it, and that way we have a pretty good idea of what we're looking at without people being able to say, yes, we missed 1,000 minutes, but also we delivered 20,000 minutes of services, but we are also lacking 4 paras who would probably fill in the gap for those 1,000 minutes. So it is a multi-step process that involves the minutes that the students have missed, the teachers that are delivering and service delivery, and because you are tracking their absences for better or for worse, but so you have that data too. So it's just reconciling data sets to be able to look at it. And I think we're all very intelligent people that we can sit and do this and be able to come up with something that gives us a pretty fair picture of what's actually going on, because some students might be missing a ton and somebody might be missing because somebody's out on maternity leave. And so that's a short-term loss, but there's also is there like we're lacking 4 paras and that's been ongoing type thing. We should be able to kind of do some math. It's a little bit of math, but it should be sustainable and it's not asking me too much. So that was one thing. And my second thing is I see that we talk about paras and this special education teachers. Are we also tracking the other ancillary services like OT, BCBA, speech? Are we tracking those as well?
Yes, and that's described in the packet too. I want to make it clear, I hear where this conversation is going, and I'm certainly willing to work with the superintendent on fulfilling the requests. I want to make it clear that we don't have the proactive data in the way that it's recorded here. So this is because we are talking about class period here, class period there. That's not something that there's not kind of a magic report that we run that gives us that set of minutes. So I want to be clear that this is not an easy sort of fix. That this is a pretty substantial challenge.
Okay, let's go back to Member Mahoney and Member Martin, and then we have a lot more to cover.
So I guess what would be helpful is a report for each of the 6 schools and monthly, and that would allow us to see trends over time and trends by school. Is that what others are thinking? Okay. All right, thank you.
Can I ask this body that if you would reconsider, because that's an enormous amount of data that we're going to have to pull, is that, does it have to be monthly? Can you at least consider it to be, since quarterly is too much, bi-monthly or something of that sort? And then finding us a part-time person who can actually dedicate themselves to doing that.
Just to clarify, your recommendation is bi-monthly data collection and a part-time person to assist with that?
Well, the data is coming in
right
daily.
Okay.
But for someone to take this on,
that actually does go to my question a little bit, because I think Member Montgomery Temaclo was asking for all the data, right, so that we could perhaps get to your concern around, accurate data and the comparison between missed and delivered. And so you are saying that the collection of what is delivered is not easy.
well, it's calculating that the denominator in which Member Temaclo just mentioned. We would have to calculate that for each individual staff by each school.
There isn't a...
Matt, I'm sorry.
Student.
By each.
Student. So I mean, one paraeducator may be covering, 25, 30 students over the course of the day. And all those students have different durations of coverage that one paraeducator is covering. Mm. So, yeah, I mean, I think at least a part-time person, Yeah. I mean, and I don't mean to make light of a serious fiscal, issue. It's a substantial undertaking to try to calculate, what this is being compared against. And I want to also say, that our clerical and building administration have made an incredible amount of effort to do this work and to collect this data and to have these communications with families around this support, and that this is addressing what was identified, which is the concern that if you don't have your paraeducator supporting you for 2 periods, 3 periods, there is a point at which this is something that's noteworthy. And so lost in this discussion of denominators and tabulation is a really substantial thing, which is actually being able to track this and follow it. And I've heard people asking, the broader community of Massachusetts and state, in national, how do you track? And if anybody finds another district that's doing a more detailed version of this, by all means, connect me with them. I'm happy to talk to them. I can assure you that this is not something that is a standard practice across districts. But I am very much a big fan of the Special Ed Directors Listserv, and most of my good ideas come crowdsourced from that group. So, I'm very willing to collaborate with other districts as they come up. But to date, I have not heard of anybody who's doing anything like this.
I know you wanted to move on, but clearly this has been a very important topic in our community. I don't know how to judge if that's the right use of resources or not. I did hear you say you thought that tracking trends over time of missed services, which you're going to be tracking anyway, might be important data for us to review.
Yeah, and I think that, giving regular updates to this body, having my department give regular updates to this body, it is a reasonable mechanism to do that.
I don't know if that, I am new to a lot of this. I don't know if that would meet the needs of folks who are calling for more information. So I'd like to hear from other people about that.
So I'm just curious, would this system have been set up had there not been the PRS finding?
No, this system is responsive to the director of the state.
Okay. And so then, to start, could we at least get, while you work out your numerators and denominators, the reports that you get biweekly without the names?
I don't recommend that. I do not recommend that.
Just as a beginning, just for the school committee?
No, I don't recommend that. I think this is first of all, this involves students, this involves staff, and it's decontextualized. Again, I come back to my comment previously that we want to proceed with meaningful data, high integrity data that has been vetted and contextualized. So decontextualized spreadsheets that we receive, I don't think are an appropriate thing to disseminate.
I'd like to make a final comment here. I think that part of what's troubling me is this ongoing miscommunication or not seeing eye to eye with CPAC. They're very, very important. Cindy Mahoney is our elected representative to CPAC, and I feel very strongly that you, Director Holloway, come to a good place with CPAC where you can provide the information that they have a right to, And, they wrote to us, and they would like more information. And they emphasize that most cases of missed services are not captured by your reporting metric, and that more transparency is needed. So I don't know if we should vote on that. I think that in your role, Director Holloway, I would really like to see you have meaningful efforts to come to come eye to eye with the members of CPAC and honor their requests for additional transparency and additional data.
Dr. Holloway, do you disagree that it's not being captured?
Yeah, that's why I made the mock-up, is to kind of illustrate what's being captured and how, and the nature of it. It's being captured in this way to address the concern that students are harmed. And so that we are able, based on this mechanism, to review and see which students are missing those services, and then take action. And we have been taking action, and I think the coordinators, the principals and others are really taking this seriously in terms of convening IEP teams, meeting with families, looking at student progress, and considering the impacts of them.
I just want clarity as to what you're expecting from us so that we can begin the work. And it's gonna, we'll work with you all in terms of what you're looking for, what the data that you want to see. Maybe we need to go back to CPAC and let them design how we're going to track. And maybe that's the determining or the kind of a middle of the ground in terms to resolve this.
Yeah, I mean, we did have CPAC come in. I think I agree with Dr. Bonner, if I may. Just, I mean, we did have CPAC come in and review this mechanism prior to submission. And, we came to a consensus among the administrators, the teachers, coordinators, that we would pilot this collection method and see how the data came. I will be honest that this structure is time intensive for our clerical staff. For our building clerical staff, who are the ones who are making those paraeducator assignments, it is time intensive, and we need somebody behind them who is, as IEPs get changed, updated, amended, or whatever, when those things change, the information the clerical staff draw from, I mean, they can't go into the IEP for each student, that has to be centralized. So the information they draw from has got to be kept current, so that puts a new burden on the coordinators and others who are doing that work. So this system is a labor-intensive system at the point of delivery from clerical and building admin. So I want to say that out loud because I think it's important. And in my view, it is accomplishing the student-centered goal of addressing if and when a student is missing their service, are we taking action? That's the goal, is the student-centered goal of our students being affected by these issues. So those things are working. I'm absolutely willing to kind of come back, and I think we made that commitment actually when we developed this. We come back to the intake. What is the nature of the data that comes in, and can it be refined in a way that's more manipulable by interested parties who want to manipulate it? Manipulate in a neutral way, like just to work with the data. But I would be very concerned if we shifted over to a individual student entry as opposed to allowing them to grab the groups of students who are being affected, and that really is sort of the quantum of, that's the level of the data that I would have to get down to. So I have some concerns, but I would certainly be more than happy to come back together with the administration and CPAC again to do that. And I understand that as that may be a way to move forward with getting data that reports, in more of a fashion that satisfies this area of request.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that Director Holloway meet with the members of CPAC and provide them with the data that they're requesting before our next school committee meeting.
I let the superintendent, I shouldn't speak.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Sorry, I missed.
Can we direct stuff at Director Holloway? Is that within our power as school committee?
No.
Okay, so the motion then is to direct the superintendent to direct Director Holloway to meet with CPAC and speak with them and provide them with the data they're requesting before the next school committee meeting. That's the motion.
Second.
Who's the second?
Me.
Discussion to the motion.
It's really not my, but I would ask that the committee, whether it goes into the motion or not, that the committee really be clear that no personal identifiable information can go out, and that also includes staff as well as kids. Although staff don't have the same protections as students do, we still have a sensitivity and an obligation to be protective of them and their personnel information regarding time in, time out, things like that. So I just want to put that out there you don't necessarily need to amend or change the motion, but just I want clarity that I wouldn't release that.
Yes, understood.
Further discussion? Anything you want to add?
Just for the committee to consider, I hear the motion that's on the floor, but as the Director of Student Services meets with the CPAC group and they find out that the parameters in which we set those thresholds is not going to give them what they're still looking for, that we have the opportunity to work with them as a body to create the type of tracking system that they desire to get what they're looking for, so that it doesn't come back to us being opaque or whatever you want to call us, but we're being transparent. That if this is not giving you the data that you're looking for, then how do you want us to go about the tracking? And as Director Holloway has pointed out, that it's such a difficult nature of trying to maintain student privacy. Sometimes the way that we're reporting, it becomes identifiable, and we're trying to protect the kids. That's what it comes down to. So, if we could just be mindful of that. And I don't know, was I clear when I said that? I see kind of pieces.
Could you share any challenges that you foresee to this directive, just so that we're aware of them?
I just want, so if you're using the same model of what was just shared this evening, and you're still unable to break down the numbers as to whatever you're searching for, that there's an opportunity that then a discussion ensues about, let's change the tracking device to get what we are looking for. So you allow time for that device to be changed. Because I am fearful that you're looking for something that what has been collected, you're not going to be able to get what you need or what you're desiring. And so you must allow space and room and time to reset to be able to get what you're looking for.
Right. That's a good question for that. How will that then impact the ability to compare it to what's already been collected?
We set parameters, so it will change. That's the thing. If you set the parameters, then you need to keep those parameters in order to do the comparisons.
Okay. Member Reese, and then yeah, go ahead.
Member Weisenfraun, I'm wondering, I want to clarify if your motion is to deliver the data to CPAC or to work with CPAC to have them advise how the data will be collected.
My motion is not the most elegant, perhaps, but I want to try to keep it simple. I would like the superintendent to direct Director Holloway to meet with CPAC, since there's been such really desperate pleas to us as a school committee for more transparency, to ask him to provide CPAC with the data that they have requested. It's really that simple. And I know it's not simple, and we'll see what comes out of that. But I think we have to, it seems like we have to, put pressure on this conversation happening and for the administration to be truly responsive to CPAC.
Yes, I have a question. So I think that CPAC has a different perspective, the CPAC board, in terms of being included in the conversation. So I think that that's something that would need to be clarified with CPAC, because my understanding is that they felt like they were not part of the discussion in setting this threshold. So that's something that should be clarified. And so I think it's more going back to the drawing board, and perhaps there will need to be two sets of data. One for CPAC so that they can see what services are being missed by school, and then your data in terms of staffing. And no one would ever want student or staff data. That's Nobody would ever expect that, specific student or staff data.
Could someone please make a motion to suspend rules?
Motion to suspend rules.
Until a time certain, or?
Motion to suspend, let me look at this, 1 second.
There's a lot.
Motion to suspend rules until 11 p.m.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion on suspending rules? No. But it needs 2/3. Roll call, please.
We need a roll call?
Yep. Doesn't mean we have to go to 11. It just means we wouldn't have to suspend again until 11.
Just to clarify. Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, sorry. Motion.
Okay. And now we're going to get into the meat. No, just kidding. But the case report is.
Oh, wait, we still haven't voted on.
Motion to extend the time.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought that was the motion for the.
Nope.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. All right.
That was just so we could
I'll sit back.
continue. Did anyone else have their hands raised? Yes.
I just want to appreciate that this is really hard. I imagine it's hard for you, and I think it's very hard for the families. And I think the process is really important. I think the data and the tools is really important too, but I think some of this is just about ensuring that there's communication and connection, and that is equally as important. I'm new to this, but so my interpretation could be wrong, but I do hear that. And so I appreciate everybody hanging in and taking extra work and steps to try to, bring connection and trust.
Okay, any further discussion? Everyone clear on the motion? Yes?
No, could we repeat it one more time, please?
Okay, thank you.
To direct the superintendent, to direct the super director of student services, to meet the members of CPAC and provide them with the data they are requesting before the next meeting.
Thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfried?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Thomas?
Yes.
Okay, now, Director Holloway.
Sorry, I jumped the gun there a little bit. Okay, thank you for that. I will proceed with the case collaborative. I will say, let me just say one thing before I jump in. Many of you attended the presentation on Monday of this week. And so, thank you. That was a time commitment, and I'm appreciative of that, of the time that folks spent. Appreciative of all of our educators and administrators and families who met with Ann Donovan to compile this report. I think, when you're thinking about actionable sort of evidence-based guidance for the district, Case Collaborative has really proven themselves to be an excellent partner to hundreds of school districts around the state, and they've done a really nice job for us. So I'm excited to jump into this. I'm actually skipping straight to the recommendations. You have the report. It's been emailed out. It's in your packet, and it's posted. I do have Ann Donovan's slides. I just got those. I'm going to put those on our website too, and I'll circulate them to the committee. I'll give them to you, Cassie, for the packet. So her slide deck is more comprehensive. I just went straight to her recommendations because I think that this body is eager to to think about, what she recommended. So what I did is I took them verbatim, and I put them into the slide deck, and then I made a couple of quick comments under each one regarding sort of perceived district readiness to accomplish these things, a potential timeline, and a little bit of context. All of these are, multi-hour long, very complex things that, that we want to tackle, but I wanted to at least give the committee sort of a total report and response to the recommendations, and then obviously, open space for whatever questions arise. So she made recommendations in 5 key areas: inclusive special education services. She made 4 recommendations. Curriculum and instruction, she made 4. Specialized programs, she made 6. High school schedule and support models, she made 3. And then 2 additional consideration recommendations. So, inclusive special education services. She recommended establishing a high school B-grid service inclusion model delivered by special education teachers. And this is because there is very few instances where special education teachers at the high school provide B-grid services when a general education teacher is leading the class instruction. Though the support, IEP supports that happen in the high school are predominantly paraeducator delivered. So she makes a recommendation for that. I spoke to our readiness around that as being moderate. The timeline being next year to start, but that's conditional on the AB proposal that Principal Taglieri is going to speak about later today, actually, which is a 1-period AB course offering. And so what that means is that in our 4-block schedule as it currently exists, one of those 4 classes would be an every other day class. And so one of those every other day classes could be learning strategies. So the teacher who teaches learning strategies every other day, there's a possibility, depending on scheduling and other factors, that teacher then could be freed up to push into general education classes, provide support that way. So I said moderate. I might say, kind of on the lower end of moderate, because there's a lot of work to be done to build this out. But it's an important step forward is to continue to explore that model. The next thing she suggested was just building a rubric to talk through the continuum of supports that are available for kids, for students at the secondary level, particularly the high school level. That's something that we are happy to take on and put in writing over the course of the summer, and it'll be a tool for IEP teams to use to make sort of a database decision around what the appropriate support is for a student. Creating protective collaboration structures for educator planning and consultation, particularly at the high school. One thing I'll say about middle school scheduling is that middle school teachers work in teams. This kind of middle school model is kind of a classic model that special education folks like myself love, because almost every day, everybody in a team, so the whole circle of people who teach a given student are together in a room, almost every single day, by definition at the middle school model. And so it lends itself to a lot of individual conversations about kids. How can we help the student? What can we do? And it has that. The high school schedule, just in every high school, no matter what our schedule model is, always much more difficult to build that. So I said that's moderate and contingent, and it really is dependent on establishing which special ed teachers are supporting which general ed teachers. That's kind of the first thing that administration needs to know in order to make that happen. Next one, reduce over-reliance on paraprofessionals and clarify paraprofessional roles and responsibilities. The moderate readiness, it's an ongoing process. We have team process tools that we're constantly refining to help IEP teams make those decisions. As you heard in the previous conversation, there's a lot of feelings around paraeducators, and so it's an ongoing process. Shifting over to our next area, curriculum and instruction. She recommended a district review of Tier 1 math curriculum and align secondary course structures to address foundational skill gaps earlier. So really thinking about, is the student who leaves elementary into middle school are they picking up a continuum of math instructional curriculum and instructional techniques? And then similarly, middle to high school, this is a big element of our strategic plan, is around the alignment of math instruction. Continues to be work that Kate Messmer and the principals are central to, and that my department is supporting in as many ways as we can around that alignment piece. DCAP, I meant to spell this out. That's the District Curriculum Accommodation Plan. that's a set of universal accommodations. So any student with an IEP, without an IEP, has access to universal accommodations, things that are just make our learning environment more accessible. And so Kate and I, very ready to present that. We revised it with a working group last year. It's been posted all year. We presented it at the convocation meeting. We're pushing into grade level team meetings to do that work. And then we've had a working group all this year and much of last year around MTSS, which is the multi-tiered system of supports. So universal accommodations, feed directly into what systems, what supports can we give to kids, prior to or not within the IEP process, but in addition, general education supports and others. Other curriculum and instruction recommendations: redesigning the learning strategies courses to prioritize explicit instruction. So I said medium to low on this for readiness because the work of structural fixes or structural restructuring learning strategies is so vast. I mean, it really is substantial to shift to an AB model, to help IEP teams make assignments for students in that AB model. And so, what we do in learning strategies, I think it's going to be dependent on the kids that are in there, the students that are in there. And so going from a 5-day-a-week model to an every other day model is a really substantial change as is. And so thinking about what we do, how we use that time is essential. But I think the structural work, it's contingent on the structural work. Strengthening reading intervention capacity by expanding access to evidence-based structured literacy instruction at the secondary level. I think we're very ready for this. We've been embracing it. My department has put a lot of time, energy, and resources into providing training for special ed teachers in particular on Orton Gillingham and other kinds of evidence-based reading instructional methodologies. So, that 1 week intensive was the very last week of school, or the week after school got out. We had a tremendous turnout from our district, and we also collaborated with several area districts to maximize the time and the resources. So that was an amazing thing to see, just to see people show up and be that eager for the knowledge. And then 4 of those individuals are putting in an incredible amount of time and work to earn their associate certificate in Orton Gillingham, which is kind of a next level of the training process there. So really exciting stuff that I'm just very grateful for the teachers and the work they're doing and for everybody within our office to make it happen. Next area she spoke to was specialized programs. Developing revised program descriptions for our programs. That's high readiness also. That's another project that we will take on as a department this summer. And we will, you can see an outline of that draft in the case report. So if you're seeing goals, ASD, ALP, all these different things, there is a pretty readable chart in the report that gives you kind of a quick view of it. Adopting and implementing evidence-based curriculum with fidelity and goals and the other specialized programs. We're at moderate readiness there. It's an ongoing project. We have both 2 of the several curricula that she referenced. Those are already things that the district has resources in and provides training and work on. The truth is that to do a really deep PD approach on those things takes time and resources, and so it's something that we continue to work on, but I think it's an ongoing project. Finally, clarifying teacher versus para-educator responsibilities within specialized programs. I'd say we're at a moderate level there. It's an ongoing task. I think that's part and parcel of the program descriptions that we're trying to do. Okay, shifting gears to high school schedule and academic support models. So, they recommend piloting a modified 4x4 A-B schedule. So you have every other day classes, which, I think we'll speak to more later in this meeting, or you all will speak about more later in this meeting. Moderate readiness, starting in 26, 27, hopefully, with one of the 4 periods being A-B, and then we'll see where it goes from there. The second bullet, long-term high school master schedule redesign study, I'd say moderate to low in terms of our readiness to actually embrace that work. That is heavy duty, just in terms of, that community conversation. I'm grateful we're having it. I'm grateful to Ben for taking concrete, tangible steps towards this, but in a very collaborative way, working closely with NACE and with the Joint Labor Management Group and others. There are absolutely contractual and fiscal considerations that need to come into effect when you talk about those changes. So it's just big, complex work, but it's the right work, and we're doing it. Finally, Learning Lab. Learning Lab is tends to be once a week, sometimes twice a week, small dose, pull out instructional time for a high school student to connect with their special ed teacher and get some support, get support on what they're working on. I think, she saw a lot of positives there if you look at the report, but I think it's not a super consistent service. It looks a little bit different depending on the student and the teacher, and I think, not streamlining, but consolidating that, making it a bit more consistent is something that we can take on this summer in terms of drafting out some guidelines around that. Transition-focused instruction for the kids in specialized programs in particular, the students, readiness level I think is high for this. We have a lot of enthusiasm around focusing in on post-school outcomes post-18 outcomes for kids with IEPs. There is some contingency on budgeting. We do have Dr. Bonner will of course do this, but we will have a request in for a part-time person to help with the internship program for kids with IEPs in particular, and particularly students with IEPs who are in specialized programs or who are members of specialized programs, because we have an amazing internship program up and running at the high school. It really is, it's way vaster than I understand, to be honest with you. I'm just learning about it. But providing access to that program for kids with more complex profiles is complex and time consuming, and something that we do need to figure out the support for. Second bullet is around specialized program staffing with requisite special education licensure. We're ready for this. I think one thing that folks really need to hear is, we can talk about all these other things, but our staff are putting in work, not just the work day in, day out, as I know you all know, but also to advance themselves as professionals, to earn, whether it's paraeducators getting RBT credentials or CPI or anything else. But not only do we have those 15 special ed teachers who got the specialized training, and the 4 who are really putting in the long hours, hard work. We have 10 special ed teachers now that we have signed up to begin the autism endorsement. Those classes started last month, and so that's something that we're moving from 0 to hopefully 10 by the end of next year. I think it's about a 1.5-year long process to earn the endorsement. The report will go into some of the nuance of the severe needs license that DESE has out there, the moderate needs license. Those two are very different in terms of the amount of preparation that goes into them. And if you look at the data of the statewide and really, frankly, worldwide workforce, there's a moderate needs license, moderate disabilities license is, there are people out there. It's still a hard position to staff, don't get me wrong. Severe needs license, it's an extremely constricted workforce, and actually Ann Donovan spoke to ongoing constrictions to that. That workforce just does not grow. There's structural reasons for that. The autism endorsement is a nice way to really build some of those skills that doesn't have essentially to earn the severe needs, there's really no other way than to do a very robust additional master's program. There really is no other path to it. So the autism endorsement is something that we've kind of leaned in on, and I'm really jazzed to hear how it goes for our staff. Another thing that we're committed to this summer is just program fidelity review cycles. So just really kind of looking out on the calendar for, the administration and the student services office, and that's regardless of personnel, the student services office making a commitment to doing program fidelity review cycle on a cyclical basis. I think that's an idea that we can really get behind and start to implement right away. All right, I'm almost done. I feel like this is a lot of talking, and a lot of bullets, but it's a dense report. So strengthen special education supervision and accountability by increasing administrative leadership capacity. Her report speaks to a reallocation of special ed administrative FTE a few years ago. That's budget contingent. I should say that Ann, the report gives a couple different ways to boost that. So it's not just add. There's other ways that can be done through reclassification of personnel. So the report has some ideas on it. I think that's something that I want to let Dr. Bonner and this committee kind of work through in the budget cycle. But it's I think as our previous conversation about data reflects, it is a reality. And then strengthening family partnership systems through proactive communication and increased transparency. Readiness is high on this topic. We're starting now. It's a multi-year project. I'm sure everybody here has seen, messages regarding the repair work that we've been trying to initiate with families. So I think that there is readiness both within the Student Services Office and building administration and across the board. Our entire department is committed to, building partnerships with families, putting in the time, putting in the work, being responsive to the questions and doing what it takes to strengthen those partnerships.
Thank you.
That's a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Weisenfeld.
Thank you. I really appreciate your very thorough presentation. Truly, I've read it, but not as carefully as I would like yet, not all of it. I have just a couple of questions. What are the key elements that go into your readiness determinations? And sometimes you mentioned them, but sometimes you didn't, right? Sometimes it was clear that it was a budget issue, but how do you think about that?
Contextual. It's contextual. You have to ask me which issue I'm thinking about to tell you, what the factors were that went into that.
Okay, fair enough. So then you've mentioned it in a couple of places, and you probably haven't had time to put this together, but I'd be very interested to understand what the staffing implications are to meet those recommendations.
And I alluded to some of it in here, but I think, I don't want to get out ahead of.
And we are in budget season,
Yeah,
so,
exactly,
right, so I would expect that that's, some of these recommendations and what it takes to implement them will be put forward in the budget by the superintendent. Thank you.
So I did want to give a shout out to the PACE program. They were mentioned very positively within the case report. And then I'm wondering two questions. How will you keep the community informed of changes from these two reports? Like, will you update based on the case collaborative report? This is something that we're doing. And then going back to the elementary report, can you tell us a little bit what has been done procedurally with those recommendations?
I can. I want to be mindful of time, and I think my answer to the first question is, we have roughly every month, I kind of send out a fairly lengthy memo on Parent Square to all IEP families. Usually it's two or three things will come from me every month, I would say on average, but I try to do a fairly robust message every month or 6 weeks, I'd say, and that's where that comes in. I think, again, not to be, the specifics matter, so which recommendation is that's, I'm going to be communicating more, it depends on which recommendation it is, the work that we're doing. In terms of the elementary report, I'll be brief because that's a vast one, and there's obviously some overlap here. But I think the biggest work that's happened, and has been at the 4 elementary schools, building RISE programming. And I know many of you were at the CPAC meeting when Principal Dan Stern, Principal Lauren Brown came and spoke, at length about their programs. I heard a lot of comments from the community around those programs as well. That's been really intensive work. Those families are really close partnerships and folks that we have worked with. There was a concern around sort of, where are those families? And so at Dr. Bonner's directive, we did bring those families in and have meetings with them and kind of doing that building community work with them. Leeds and Ryan Road, we continue to be doing readiness work around the programming. We have the guidelines are written, the staffing is either in place or the staffing is clearly planned out. And then it does take students. You need the right group of students to really launch something. And so, we continue to support kids with complex needs at all 4 elementary schools. But in terms of actually shifting to a quote unquote go on the Ryan Road and Leeds RISE programs, we are still sort of shaping out student cohorts for that, and again, some of that information will come through in Dr. Bonner's presentation, so I don't want to get too far ahead of it. But those two are, I think, in high readiness states, but are not in full implementation states. Yeah, and there's many other recommendations I could speak to, but I was kind of really focused on this current report.
Member Martin.
Appreciate the thoroughness of this, for sure. Just going back to make sure that I understand this as, again, somebody knew too much of this, you made a statement saying, I think, that the severe needs certification is kind of beyond the capacity for folks to acquire in any kind of timely way, and that the autism certification is a sufficient alternative. Did I get that right?
It's complicated. I mean, you know, I'm wary, right? I mean, you know, folks who have the severe needs license have gone through multiple years of you know, like I said, it's an intensive master's degree program. So I'm wary of equating the two. You know, I guess what I'm saying is that within, you know, I'm kind of a what can we do now person. You know, what can we do now with the resources we have, with the team that we have now? And so this is what we can do now. You know, I think if somebody, so I would say, I mean, I appreciate, you know, kind of trying to parse it out, but I would be cautious around that. I would say that this is our best chance right now is to focus in on that. And then, of course, you know, when we put postings out for these programs, we tend to say, you know, severe needs or autism are, you know, preferred for the positions. And we always seek candidates with those qualifications. But, you know, I mean, the big picture national and international truth of the work that we do in special education is, you know, our workforce is a very, it's a challenge, you know, it has to be nurtured. Our workforce has to be nurtured. We have incredible people who are, it's not just about compassion. These people are incredibly talented and smart. And, you know, and so that severe needs license is just such a small number of folks that are out there who hold it. So that's the challenge. It's a structural problem that the department really should try to address in terms of how they've set that license up.
So just one follow-up question. Do you feel like the SPED staff feel equipped to meet those needs with that different kinds of certification? What's your assessment of their level of?
I'm so wary to speak to the general feeling of you know, I mean, each person's, you know, unique. My hope is that they, you know, I mean, building principals and I, you know, put a lot of time into building meeting structures, building time to connect and just brainstorm, you know, debrief, what do you need, you know, what can we provide, whether it's curriculum, training, you know, other things. I wouldn't want to venture a guess in terms of an individual, but I can certainly speak for, you know, the efforts we make to build them. And what makes these programs work is the camaraderie between special education teacher, the paraeducators, and the related service folks. That's been our focus from day one, is building those structures so that the speech team, OT, PT, BCBA all have really meaningful relationships and functional, like, you know, for example, an example I use a lot is, you know, you might have, this group of students might have a speech service twice a week as a group. Speech path team comes in twice a week. You know, what we've really worked hard to do at both Jackson and Bridge is that time of day is dedicated to communication skills, whether it's the special ed teacher leading the instruction or the SLP. And so that way, you know, for the students, they have that kind of sort of predictability of their day. And I think it really just builds collegiality or collaborativeness between the provider, the speech path and the teacher, just for example. You know, so it's that kind of thing, you know, and we do work hard to foster it.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Very, very much. I know that was a lot, so thank you. We appreciate it.
I really appreciate the discussion and the questions.
Thanks. Okay, unless there is anyone who protests, what I would like to do is move up new business C, which is the program of study with Principal Tagliari. Hi. Since he is here and waiting. Is that okay? I don't see anyone who disagrees with that. So, welcome. You're up. Yeah, it's not working.
Do you want to?
switch places with Matt?
Or you can maybe.
Yield the seat, Ben. It's a good one. Hi, everybody. Hi. So, came in January to talk about the hot topic, I think, is the A/B day option. The only other change really in the program of studies to draw attention to is the addition of AP Comparative Government. We offer AP Gov currently. It's a really popular class. I think I'm running 5 sections of it this year. And so we think there's a lot of interest in the topic, and to offer an associated class in comparative government felt like a good move. The department is supportive of it. The teacher who teaches it is excited about it. So that felt like a pretty good thing to do. Speaking to the AB Day classes, I think of a couple of points of clarification. Point number 1 is that this is really the first step in a much longer process. I think a lot of the commentary I've heard around this is like, this is it, this is what we're doing, and this is all that we're doing, and that's inadequate. And that's not the intent at all behind this step. This step is really to get us started in what we hope would grow into be a more robust offering. And point number 2 is that it doesn't stop us from pursuing any other avenues that the district decides to go in, especially in light of the case report. I know that just came out. It is included in there. I think it is encouraged in there that we try to take this step. But this isn't a finished product as we're presenting it. And some of the concerns that are raised about it were shared concerns. And so we're starting slow and kind of small. And as far as it being disruptive to our overall program of studies, I would like to emphasize that I don't think it will be, because we are starting slow and small. So the financial considerations, the staffing considerations that were raised in the previous meeting, I don't think will be that impactful out of the gate with this. And lastly, it's something that we can do right now. And so a lot of the other things that are being discussed may take a much longer time. They're not things that we can do quickly, especially to do following the processes that I think everyone would want us to follow, which would be a very inclusive process of all members of our community to have some input into what future schedule might look like. That could take a number of years, and in the meantime, we would have only the continuation of what we're currently doing. So this is an improvement that we can make right now. It's relatively small. It won't impact or change the core of what we're doing as a school, and it doesn't stop us from doing anything else. And there really shouldn't be additional budgetary considerations to make it happen for next year. Currently, it is entirely general education. So all the classes that are being proposed, except for the alternating day strategies class, will be general education classes. And that's one of the things that we want to learn in this first year of implementation, is what is the general education level of interest in these courses or these types of courses, so that if we move forward with this in a more robust way, they do not become unintentionally basically second or special education electives, where the only students in those classes would be students in the every other day strategies class. So that is something that we're cognizant of and that we're looking at. And so when students go to enroll for these courses, no one will have an every other day strategies class in their IEP. Everyone will be enrolling in it as a general education student. And if we can kind of get the proof of concept that this will work, then we can start adding it, as into IEPs. But it won't be, that's not the driving force behind it, and it won't be self-selecting those students out of the gate, because that won't even be in their IEPs yet. I think those are the biggest concerns that I've heard from our community around doing this. Oh, lastly, graduation requirements. Currently, in the current model, they're half-credit courses. When combined into a credit, so if 2 are taken and they qualify as academic electives, they can meet that requirement. Other graduation requirements currently aren't offered being in this model, but I'd go back to emphasize this is the beginning. It's not the finished product. And if
if it's working and it's established and we want it to grow, the next step would be to offer courses like math and world language and courses that benefit from continuity of instruction throughout the year also in this model. But that wouldn't be happening for next year. That would be in subsequent years. I think those are the biggest things that I'd heard in the month since our last meeting, so I wanted to address those concerns prior to taking questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
Comment. So I did want to say thank you very much, Principal Tagliari, to you and your team for your work in constructing this more flexible schedule to better incorporate the students with disabilities and their access to these NHS. So thank you, team. And I think CPAC also understands that this is a first step in what it is hoped to be expanded on, you know. And so the CPAC board is aware of these concerns, that it doesn't solve all the problems, but they are putting together a document to clarify and collate these concerns. And one suggestion I had was putting together a working group that would include, you know, a CPAC member along with your guidance and your, you know, NACE reps and your, the group that you put together to come up with this plan. If you could add a CPAC caregiver, and you had students on this.
No, I don't, I mean, we started this over a year ago, and it was sort of, the process was informal at first. I started floating ideas. I'll just start by saying, like, we recognized that we needed to do something, and it was sort of like, what can we do? What's feasible? And so this, and we used to have every other day classes, so that was something I was familiar with. And I think it was in large part for this purpose. And so it was to try to address this issue, and then it was, so I never had like a formal working group put together. I started exploring it with different constituencies along the way and came to this ultimate, and then it's hard to, I wouldn't want to be disingenuous about that. Like, but I'd certainly put in a working group together for future changes now that a lot of attention is on it. Like, I guess I should emphasize, like, this was self-started. We just started doing this because it's something we thought we should do.
Yes.
We weren't directed to do it. The case thing hadn't happened yet. It was just, we undertook it and exploring what can we do to address this. Now that there's a lot more attention on it and that it feels like there might be some momentum behind larger changes, absolutely putting together a working group, including CPAC, on it would make a lot of sense.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, and that's, yeah, for future
Yeah.
years. 26. So, thank you. No other questions?
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Yes.
So, did I hear you correctly that when you said that the half credits can count towards graduation, but is it not necessarily so? I don't know if I misunderstood. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, they can. So
Okay.
the one, there's, but I don't want to overstate that either.
Okay.
I know it's a big concern.
Yes.
Right now, there is a graduation requirement that's called an academic elective. Some of these courses would qualify as academic electives, and if two of those are taken, it would be equal 1 credit as an academic elective. So it's not huge, right? Like, we're not meeting our core math, social studies. None of those classes are really running in that format for next year.
Okay. And this probably predates you, but do you know why they switched from the block A-B schedule to the just 4x4 now? And like, since you are thinking now and piloting this one period, do you know if there is going to be like appetite to switch back to something like that, which would probably like help solve a lot of issues that lots of, not just IEP students have, but lots of like gen ed students. Like, I know for me, if I went a year without taking math, I would have been messed up. Like, I couldn't, like, and I took 4 years of French in high school, and I took 5 years of math, and I had it every day. So I can understand like how even just for gen ed students, like having a 4x4 A-B block could be beneficial, and then you don't have the problem that lots of the parents are worried about, which is warehousing the kids anyway. So like, because since it doesn't necessarily count towards their graduation requirement, there's not necessarily an incentive for the gen ed kids to take that block. So I just wanted to know, like, is there any, like, is that any in the discussions that you are starting to have now, knowing that it's early?
We haven't really gotten to like next phases. We're still very much immersed in this phase. There are there is no perfect schedule. I've gone through schedule change processes a couple of times, both here and we didn't change the schedule, but like exploring the option back when I was teaching. And then in my other district, we did it too. And like I talked to district leaders everywhere, and like the phrase I remember resonating was like, "There's no unicorn." It doesn't. The perfect schedule does not exist. So there's challenges with any schedule that you put together. One of the benefits of the 4x4 block right now is that the students are taking 4 classes, so that means that there's 4 sets of assignments to be tracking, 4 content areas to try to be mastering at one time. When you go to more than that, like if you went 4x4 every other day for all of them, now students are juggling a very complex schedule with 8 different classes that they're taking simultaneously, with 8 different assessments and assignment schedules occurring, and each day changing based on what day it is and being a different day. And the executive functioning that is required to navigate that is significantly greater than what we have now. Probably the greatest argument I've heard in favor of the 4x4 block is the simplicity of the unintentional barriers to navigating how to access the learning in that model. Whereas when you increase that complexity, then now all of a sudden there's all these, I'm managing just my workload and my assignments and my homework and what are things due and what's coming up. And those are barriers that we don't want to get in the way of learning, but that are created by that model. So none of these things I would enter into lightly without really serious consideration. Is it a possibility? I know it's been brought up that some schools do have that. That's something we could explore. But I wouldn't want to get too far down that road right now.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Yeah, just a clarification one. So the schedule proposed is semester, right?
Yes.
And then, because the case report recommended a full year schedule?
Yes.
Am my understanding? So what is the thing? I'm guessing it's staffing, and that would keep you from doing a full year 4x4 A/B schedule.
Confidence.
Oh, okay.
That's largely what it is.
Yeah.
Before we went too deeply down this road, and again, all this predated the case report. Like we were trying to just move in this direction to come up with some greater flexibility in our schedule for meeting a variety of student needs. Not just special ed, but including special ed. And so there's a lot of skepticism of like, how hard is this going to be due? I think I might not have answered your question about why did it go away. And I think part of it was the complexity of it and the scheduling part of it, and was it worth it, to be able to do that? And that's definitely one of the questions that's been has arisen throughout this process. Is there going to be the level of interest to sustain it in a broad, inclusive way? And it does add a layer of complexity. Just trying to schedule additional sections in this format to get them to balance, to get them to match up with each other. So for instance, I know it's late, and I'm sorry if I'm rambling. It's like hour 16 or something of the day. So it hasn't been exactly easy days. So if I don't sound the most articulate, please forgive me.
You're doing great. Thank you.
But for an example, one student might be super interested in taking psychology and chorus, right? And when you run all the numbers, the way it pans out is psychology is going to run in the fall and chorus is going to run in the spring, which means that student can't take both of those courses in this format. They need to have a third one that hopefully also fills up. So then let's say that they're super interested in consumer chemistry, or I think that's what it's called. But that class only had 5 kids that was interested in it. So that was also going to run in the fall, but now I can't run it. So psychology is in the fall, course is in the spring. Their backup was consumer chemistry, but we can't run it. And now that I can't get that kid into those classes. It's just not going to work for them. And so these are the things that I want to work through this first time with relatively low stakes so we can kind of figure it out. Now, the argument against that process, doing it that way, and I fully get it, is, well, yeah, but you're only offering electives. If you're offering the core classes, now more kids are going to be signing up, so there's more options to balance out against those electives. And that we can do that, but I didn't want to do it out of the gate, right? So if we decide that down the road we need to change the schedule and we want to explore the A/B option within the block as a way to go, and we give this a go and it doesn't work out, then one thing we could try the next time around would be to say, let's offer some more core classes in it. We're going to commit to it in a more substantial way. And we can offer math and world language and some of the classes that we really identify as really benefiting from a full year, do it full year, and then offer these electives to just balance out students enrolling in those core classes. We could do that. But there's a lot of skepticism about this from the, as you're aware. And so small was the approach that we took.
Thank you. And just the last thing, because I asked this last time too, students like wanting to center their voice, how are they, have you been consulting with them, asking them if they're ready for this? Like,
not in any more formal of a way. I remember I actually went back and rewatched to get your questions, and I wrote them down. And also the reason why I came here, because that audio was terrible. And I don't know, I hope it sounded better for you than it did in the recording. So to go back to that, to do like because this is hard to understand, to do any kind of broad data gathering around student interest, I feel like it wouldn't be accurate. Like until they're actually trying to figure out how this is going to fit into their schedule and in their 4-year program of studies, and really sitting down seriously, having met with everybody to explain it, and what they have to do, and then having access to their counselor to farther work that out, we really won't know if this is going to work for a lot of kids until we're actually trying to do it. But as far as like the running it by students and talking with students, yeah, there was definitely like, oh, that'd be great. Because they do, I mean, a lot of our students, especially, are really academically motivated, high-achieving students who are taking potentially year-long AP classes also get blocked out of elective offerings. And this gives them greater access to more of those. So they could take a couple of things instead of just one.
Members, I was calling on you.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that, is there a plan to roll this out to the students? Because I think also I was hearing in their concerns that they're not really apprised of things, and they feel like, not only did they not have a say in something, but they're not getting onboarded to it in a way. So just from hearing that, I'm asking, like, what's the process going to be for rolling this out for the students?
Yeah, so first step was getting this approved. Then next step will be after break, and prior to course registration, we'll hold class meetings. We have a few things to meet about. Like we haven't really discussed broadly with them the Smart Pass, which I think everyone's aware of here, that we're pursuing that. So we want to do that. We want to meet with them also about the bathroom expectations. It doesn't make sense to do this piecemeal. Like you don't want to call a class meeting for a 5-minute meeting and disrupt classes, because it takes so long to get kids down there settled. They'd be gone out of class for 30 minutes to communicate 5 minutes of content. So combining things makes sense. So prior to course registration, that will be a part of the Smart Pass explanation, and then also explaining what these classes are and how they fit into the larger pathway to graduation, and then what they need to do to sign up for them, which is primarily, you've really got to pick 3, 2 primaries, an alternative, and if you really want one of your classes, you should really pick 2 alternatives. Just because of the problem I talked about a few minutes ago is I think we're offering 14. I would be thrilled if we actually ran 8. Like that would be like a win. Like, okay, there's some real interest in this.
And that'll happen this spring?
Yeah, I'm guessing early March.
Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah, Member Bartoli.
Hey, thanks. I really appreciate the clarity and that you've addressed some of the concerns, that you front-loaded those for us. I wanted to have a sense of, you mentioned that this is the first step, and I love timelines. When do you anticipate you'll be kind of moving into a second step? Like, is this something that you're thinking about? Do you have a timeline for?
Yeah, so loosely, we do
loosely.
course registration. Course registration will start happening in March, and then we'll get the numbers of students enrolling for these courses. And that's when we'll know, like, is there general education interest in taking electives in this format? If yes, awesome. We move forward next year, we do that, and then we can start talking about expanding it. The nice part about the next phase of expansion is what really slowed this down was that we had to create new courses. So like the first step was talking to the departments about what courses as electives can you offer in a half-credit format. That's a pretty significant change. So we had to start that last year. If in the next phase, if we're offering courses that already exists, the curriculum doesn't need to be adjusted. So if I put IM1 in an alternating day format, I don't have to change that curriculum. It's now a full year course, same course that they're currently teaching, just moving it into the scheduling in an AB day way. And I know there's some interest in math, particularly in world language, about doing that already. So that part, we can make that call a little bit quick. We don't need as long of a lead time to be able to do it, which means we register it, we schedule it, and then we could also even wait until next fall after teachers have taught in it a little bit to talk about the pros and cons of what is this like for our students, what is this like for our teachers, and then really the next time we'd have to make a significant decision would be next year for the program of studies, which would be this time again next year to say we want to move more classes into this format or we don't. So we have a little bit of time to figure it out.
Thank you.
Okay. No further discussion. Is there?
One last question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So what happens if not enough students register for this model?
Then we don't run it.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I've said this before and to the staff as well, like the threshold, we're going to lower the threshold a little bit because we want to run it. So class that maybe we wouldn't run if it, like, let's say there's 12 kids that want to take, let's say there's like 25 kids that want to take photography in this format, and that's going to create one section of 12 and one section of 13. We wouldn't normally run that. It's too small. But to try to get this going, we'd probably run it. So that's one of the differences, but if it was like 3, then we probably can't run that.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the program of studies?
Motion to approve?
A second.
Motion's made by Member Mahoney, seconded by Member Martin. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Objections?
Nay.
Abstention?
Abstain.
Nay. Nay. A nay, and then 1 abstention.
Enough.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you
All right.
very much, Principal.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's go through these reports pretty quickly if we can. Since these were the first meetings, it should, I imagine we can do them pretty quickly. Member Jewel, curriculum.
Okay, we met with Director Kate Mesmer, who shared the history of the Hate Crimes and Bias Prevention Grant. And she talked about the decision, why they went to pursue it, and then a little bit about what the principals were given the opportunity to discuss some of the challenges, and then talked about what student participation will look like, because the grant supports that. Most of the funding for the grant is going to the collaborative, who is working with teacher leaders and with the students. Staff is not mandated to do this work, and kind of like working with mostly students at JFK, because the high school has the pretty strong restorative practices program, and hoping to fold it down. She also mentioned that this came from the data of hate incidents and things that were pulled from not just DESE, but discipline data that they use called Open Architects. Also typed all of this up for Cassie, so it'll be in there. And hers is a little more in depth because I don't want to go over too much time. Then we had an update on the identified 9th grade cohort and reading program from Director Mesmer, Principal Taglieri, and reading coach Nicholas. And they talked about kind of how they identified students who were in the reading program, in the 9th grade reading program this year. We have 2 teachers at NHS who are currently trained in direct reading instruction, and there are about 20 to 25 students who are in that class. The majority of students who are in the specialized reading classes are those who have a reading component on their IEPs, or their IEPs will reflect that. They're working to identify everybody prioritizing having three things: prioritizing ninth grade classes be the smallest classes in the school so they can really address the literacy deficit, providing coaching for teachers and how to make grade level text accessible to students who are not at grade level reading, and to really find and identify a tool that does this assessment. And they found one that they like, CAPTA, Assess Read Basic, which is about $9 per student. It's pretty easy to administer. It's not a long, arduous thing. It takes maybe about half an hour instead of like 2 days, which iReady sometimes takes. And also just wanting to also like reflect that in the middle school, students who demonstrated on those assessments when she did them that were struggling with reading were automatically placed in intervention this past year. And the reading interventionist, Diana Agen, is doing much more intervention this year using the rewards program. And students who are in the literacy center, which is, forget that. I don't even know what my writing says at this point. And then we talked a little bit about the PRISM 3 grant, getting kind of a background information from Director Mesmer on what that is. And it's specific around curriculum in the middle school. A curriculum council has been created, which is when they met twice. One of the vendors, School Kit, came to the district and did some instructional leadership work. And also they did a landscape analysis, which made some determinations, which Kate shared in our meeting, and we'll have more intensive meeting notes after the next meeting. Teachers have requested that the state evaluate what they're teaching rather than looking at another curriculum, and Director Mesmer shared that she thinks the state has no intention to do that, so we need to follow what the grant is asking us to do. And then our next meeting is to come in early March, and then we have another one April 14th.
Great, thank you. Okay. Member Martin, you're the only member of Budget and Property that's here today. You want to give a quick update? I know you didn't prepare it, so I'm throwing this at you, but.
Yeah, I just took a moment to think, what did we talk about? And I will just say, yes, as Bobby mentioned, we had an overview of how financing works at a very, very high level, much more learning to come for those of us who are new on the committee. And we are in the process of trying to schedule a meeting with Bobby outside of the committee. We talked about collaboration with the finance committee and how key that will be for ensuring understanding between the city council and the school committee in terms of the budget. And collaboration on our own committee as well, with sending the agenda, with the superintendent as well.
So you're meeting with Bobby separate. Is that individually with Bobby? Okay, Robbie, rephrase. It would have to be individually with Bobby because two of you would be a quorum.
Even if we're not deliberating, even if she's just orienting us.
I would say to be safe. I mean, you could make it a public meeting, but yeah.
We'll figure it out. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Thank you for pitch hitting.
Sure.
Okay, Dr. Bonner.
Okay, let me do this quickly. In anticipation of the statewide legislation, last fall, the district began researching and reviewing policies regarding cell phone use during the school day. These efforts began with the Rules and Policy Subcommittee, then chaired by Holly Gazy, which held discussions over several months. This included a presentation at a spring school during the spring, at a spring school committee meeting focused on the social, emotional, and mental health impacts of device usage. In October 2025, Mayor Sierra appointed a 12-member ad hoc committee, a diverse group of caregivers, teachers, students, administrators, and community members to ensure all perspectives were considered. The group was charged with gathering information, reviewing existing legislation, and drafting a recommendation for the school committee. Over the course of 5 meetings and additional independent work, the committee developed a comprehensive policy designed to address academic distractions, social development, and emergency communication. Northampton Public Schools plans to implement a bell-to-bell cell phone policy for the 2026-2027 school year. The policy aims to improve student engagement, mental health, and academic performance by creating a phone-free environment during school hours. So the core policy guidelines for the elementary level: students are strongly encouraged to leave devices at home. If brought to school, they must remain off and away. Middle and high school, students may possess smart devices, but they must be completely turned off, not just on silent, and secured in a cell phone pouch for the duration of the school day. The scope of devices that this affects, this policy includes cell phones, smartwatches, Bluetooth earbuds, headphones, and handheld gaming devices. So for middle and high school students, they will be assigned a personal cell phone pouch at the beginning of the year. When they arrive to school, students turn off their devices, place them in the pouch, and lock it in front of the designated staff. During the day, the locked pouch is stored in the student's backpack. During dismissal, students unlock their pouches at designated magnetic unlocking stations located at school exits. Exceptions: students dismissed early for appointments or senior privileges may unlock their pouches in the main office. So medical exemptions was also considered. Students with documented medical needs such as blood sugar monitoring or specific accommodations requiring phone access will be provided with a non-locking Velcro cell pouch. Caregivers must provide documentation to the school principal to develop a specialized plan for that. So consequences. So MPS utilizes restorative practices focused on accountability and community. Violations such as visible phones, using alternate devices, or damaging the pouches will result in the following progressive steps. So these are the consequences that were discussed. First consequence: student locks the device in a pouch in front of an administrator for the day. Second, device is confiscated and returned no earlier than the end of the day. The caregiver is notified. Third, the device is confiscated and must be picked up by a parent or caregiver. The fourth, and further on, mandatory conference with administration to develop a formal device plan. So emergency protocols and communications reaching students. Caregivers should contact the main office for emergencies. High school students in grades 9 to 12 can also be reached via their school-issued email accessible on Chromebooks. School emergencies in a lockdown or evacuation. Student safety is the priority, so the district will use mass notification systems to update families. Staff are instructed that students should not use phones during emergencies as they cause distractions and can alert assailants. Lastly, the staff expectations. Staff members are expected to model professional technology use. Personal devices must be silenced and stored away when students are present, including during instruction and home monitoring. Usage is permitted only during unpaid lunches, prep periods, or in areas where students are not present. Exceptions are made for administrators and home monitors who utilize these devices for discrete communication. Using direct messaging to coordinate student transport, pickups, or wellness checks provides a higher level of privacy and confidentiality than traditional radio transmission. So that's where we are. In your packet, you should have a full copy of the draft policy, JICJA. You should have an attestation or a contract. You should have a document that says overview, which are typically the types of questions that parents may have around such a policy as this, and then the cell phone and personal device. There's also an emergency piece in there as well. So I am hopeful that this body will allow me to put the draft information up via the website as well as our newsletter to get this information out to parents as a draft, so it gives them an opportunity to weigh in and ask questions or things that we may not have considered, but to formally bring this to the school committee in March for the first read and in April for the second read.
Thank you. So you would put this out now for feedback?
For the feedback from the community.
Okay, and how would they give that feedback?
So usually what we set up is there's a response via an email that's a district-wide email. So we gather information from there.
Okay.
And we'll let that be known in our newsletter for that information.
Thank you. Member Weisenfeld and
Yeah, so just, and maybe I missed something, but the attachment that we got was 2 pages, and then, go ahead, Cassie.
Cassie, did something happen?
That's what's on the agenda.
I think I need to read those fancy tabs now going on.
It's
Yeah.
one document, but there's 5 tabs in the
I
document.
understand it didn't
Sorry.
translate well to saving it as a PDF.
I'm sorry.
That's
So-
okay.
So I did not get to review it, and as it is, I'm not ready to vote to approve the draft, and I'd like to say why. So, you know, I mean, we do know that the Senate overwhelmingly, the state Senate overwhelmingly passed the bell-to-bell, sorry, I'm tired, ban in July 2025, but the legislation is currently under review by the House Committee on Ways and Means. And they have not yet passed the statewide public school cell phone ban, and I think that allows us more time to draft a better policy. For those of us who heard the students talk about it back in the fall, we saw that there were many, I think, very important comments made and some very real concerns. And one of the things I was really disappointed about reading the draft is that the draft cell phone policy does not in any meaningful way include the recommendations and concerns of students. And some of those things that I'm thinking about is the strong opposition to the yonder pouches, how to manage the transition of a relaxed to a strict culture and student morale, their pleas for a gradual phase-in, which is not addressed here, the potential civil rights violations for 18-year-olds, considering expectations for staff cell phone use at the same time that we're banning student cell phone use. And importantly, also, we have not studied the fiscal implications of such a policy, including increased staffing costs. The policy that I saw, that I was able to read, does not address how we will ensure that students and caregivers have at least one method of communication during school hours, and that students and families can communicate during emergency situations. But it seems like the policy that Dr. Bonner meant for us to have maybe does address that. And I actually think the draft is a little bit disorganized, so I would not want to put the draft as is out for feedback. So I would like a motion to refer this draft policy from the working group to rules and policy for discussion, and then bring a recommendation back to the whole body.
Second motion.
Second.
Yeah, so this is just a draft. This is not the, yeah, this is not, and there was no vote on this today.
No.
Well, there was a vote in the agenda, right? That we.
We do have a motion on the table now, though, to refer.
There is, but yeah, there's no vote on the agenda. On
Right.
this.
Policy meeting is when we come back from break.
I mean, that was going to be my comment.
Okay.
Cassie, can you please make sure that the committee receives the full document that is very well organized? And
First thing tomorrow morning.
thank you. So the things that you've mentioned, most of those things are addressed. And I do advise all of you, especially those who are on the Rules and Policy Subcommittee, to view all 5 meetings of the cell phone policy. Thank you.
Member Bartoli, I think it's a shame that we're not putting this out for feedback from the, from the community, but go ahead. All right. Any further discussion? Oh, okay. I thought you said there was already, what you asked.
No, but that was part of it. Part of it is because I think that this is rules and policies purview, and I think that they should weigh in on it before before the public sees it. So I don't understand why they wouldn't be able to weigh in on it. I mean, I know it started from a previous and it's an ad hoc, but I just feel like this is rules and policies purview, so they should get a chance to see it first and talk and discuss it in like the open meetings.
Yeah, to me, we're a new committee, and I think there's a different sense of this policy in this committee. And again, I don't want to speak on behalf of everyone, but for me personally, there is, and so I'm happy to see it go to rules and policy.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Roll call. Just for clarification, why we're not doing it by acclamation?
Yeah. Because I'd like a roll call.
Okay. Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese. Yes. Jewel.
Yes.
Shara.
No.
Member Bartoli.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomiko.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Wait, me. I also vote yes. It's okay.
10:45. Moving on, Superintendent Search Committee. First I want to thank Member Jewell and Vice Chair Bartoli for assisting me in reviewing the letters of interest for the Search Committee. I can't remember how many we had off the top of my head, but there were a lot. And a 15-member committee was appointed, and they met for the first time this week, and Member Montgomery Tomiko was voted chair. Applications close tomorrow, and so far there are 15 applications that have been received. So I'll invite Member Montgomery Tomiko to briefly talk about next steps, if you'd like.
This is gonna be super quick, everyone. So we had our first meeting. I'm chair. We decided that our next meeting, we decided that we're going to have the training that was offered by Dina Levy. We have to figure out the timing of it because it's a 2-hour training and we are very limited in our time because we need to have this wrapped up by, I think, our April 9th meeting. So it might end up being asynchronous so that where she uploads it and we take it as we need it. Our next meeting is going to be focused on the rubric, and if we do have time after we have done the rubric, we will start with our interview questions. Just as a note, so once we start interviewing candidates, we have to be in executive session. So we will have meetings, but they will be in executive session where we interview the candidates. But the next meeting, hopefully maybe 2, will be focused on getting our rubric and our interview questions together, and Cassie and I are meeting on Monday to talk more about that, and that's it.
Great, thank you. Okay, CPAC and LPAC. Member Mahoney, we've talked a lot about CPAC today.
Yeah, we did talk a lot about CPAC. I just want to put a little bit out there about the out-of-district community. Many OOD families would like greater understanding from the community and to be included in NPS announcements so that they are aware of what's happening in the community and can choose to participate or reduce isolation and stigmatization. The other thing that I did want to say regarding the LPAC families is this is an extraordinarily stressful and destabilizing time for some LPAC families, and school staff are working to support the caregivers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, March 2nd retreat. Member Bartoli.
Thank you. So both Member Jewell and Member Reese have volunteered to help out in the organization of this retreat, so I'm going to turn it over to Member Reese for the update.
I have talked to 2 potential facilitators. One is a member of the NPS community who does national facilitation. And then I'm also talking to Think Again Training and Consulting, which we used last year. And I have a meeting with them on Monday. I think we should get it all decided by next week. If anybody in this room who was at the retreat last year or anyone listening out there wants to give some feedback about how it went last year, and if there's anything that should be added or subtracted or done differently, I'd love to hear that in the interim.
Our next item, I'm going to ask Attorney Taylor to not do her 20-minute presentation, but there is something I do want her to cover with the committee briefly. But it is important that that presentation, that the committee does get that presentation. This is now the second time we're going to be pushing it. Would you be open to taking some time on March 2nd? She's available, she says, to have that presentation. We could start 20 minutes earlier, or, but I want to make sure that, it's really important that we follow open meeting law, and everyone understands conflict of interest law as well. So I see head nodding. Yeah, okay. Great. Excellent. Thank you for that.
Just to note that we all have taken the conflict of interest training that the State Ethics Commission requires.
Right, yes.
So is it necessary to have her do that aspect?
I think she'll go over some aspects of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's mostly on open meeting law. Okay, great. Thank you. So moving on, I'm looking to see if I see Attorney Taylor. If I don't see her yet, then. Sorry?
There are 2 votes
Yes, hopefully we're.
to designate March 18th.
Oh, yeah, I haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, she's up next technically, but.
Oh, okay.
But we will go to that if she hasn't come on yet. So while I'm checking in with her, why don't we go to, so that's B under new business, which is proposal to designate March 18th as a half day for students to compensate for teacher workday canceled on December 3rd, which was a snow day, yes?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Anything you'd like to share?
Yeah, so normally we tack on our snow days at the end of the year, but this particular day was an actual work day, and they would like to, they being the union, would like to have a makeup mid-year. So they're requesting March 18th as a half day. So this is a change in the current schedule, current calendar schedule.
Okay. Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
I do have one question. So if we did not have this request, the half day would have happened
At the end of
at the end of the year. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we need a motion to approve, to designate March 18th as a half day. Anybody?
I make a motion
Free to do
to designate March 18th as a half day.
Second.
Motion's made by member Montgomery Tomaclo and seconded by member Mahoney, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yes.
And probably can't answer. I don't know how to answer or ask this really, but there are programs planned for the 18th. Do we know that there's no field trips or anything planned?
I did ask the principals. So
Okay.
the most important thing that we were looking at was it affecting testing? So there are, as
Right.
far as, there are no field trips planned or anything on that case.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Objections? Abstentions? Okay. And I see Attorney Taylor. Welcome.
Hey, folks.
I just unmuted her, but yeah, if you made her a co-host, that would help. Good evening. For those of you who have not met Attorney Taylor, this is Layla Taylor, who you will get to know quite well.
Well, hopefully we don't have to get to know me too well. We're going to hope that we're not going to have that many legal issues come up. So the mayor had asked me to do a presentation. I was hoping to do an expedited one. I'm going to do a super expedited one on one topic. I'm wondering, yeah, I can share, right? Just trying to find the icon. I'm going to share my screen. I think it'll be easier for you folks because it has a slideshow on it. If I can get to it. Oh, this is in the way. Can you see the?
I can see the agenda. Yeah, there you go.
See it now? Okay,
Yep.
perfect. So I'm going to focus, and again, please don't ask about any specific situations. This is an open meeting, and if it's something that's a specific situation, I want it to be protected by attorney-client privilege. So don't ask me about specific questions, but I want to give you a broad overview of what is the most common open meeting law violation for public bodies. I've been practicing for over 20 years, working with, school committees, select boards, city councils, subcommittees of those different types of committees. And this is the one that I see happen all the time, over and over again. I've never actually sat down and looked at the open meeting law determinations to figure out what kinds of violations are most frequent. But I would guess that this is up there. And so the basic rule is you are a body and you act as a body, right? You're a public body. And that means that in between meetings, you cannot communicate with a quorum. You have to be in a lawfully convened meeting in order to communicate with a quorum of your members about matters that are within the jurisdiction of the school committee. So policy, budget, all of those kinds of things that you talked about today are within your jurisdiction. Between meetings, you can't communicate with a quorum of your members about those things. A deliberation, and it's about deliberation. And so the definition of deliberation is really very specific. It's any oral or written communication by any means by a member of a public body to a quorum of that body. So for this school committee, a quorum is 6 people. You have 10, a quorum's 6. Of that body that expresses an opinion about matters within the jurisdiction of that body. Oral or written communications include emails, text, in-person conversations, video conferences, telephone calls, social media. All of those things are forms of communication that can trigger an issue about quorum. And so, you know, this is not how people normally communicate, right? Let's say a constituent emails you, right? And you have, and they explain something to you, they're having concerns about stuff. The natural instinct is for people who are on a team, like you are, like a public body, the natural instinct for most of us when we communicate is to forward that email from a constituent to the people that we're working to on a team and say, hey, what do you think about this? You can't do that. You can't do that with a quorum of your team members. You have to wait till the next meeting in order to say, what do you think about this? And I'm really not over amplifying this. The AGO's office, and you'll see the second bullet point here, the AGO's office, that's the Attorney General, the Division of Open Government and Open Meeting Law Determinations, have made clear that even a thumbs up emoji of a member of a public body in reply to an email from a district staff member or a constituent to a quorum of public body members can be an impermissible violation of the open meeting law, because they're going to view that emoji as signaling agreement with whatever thought that constituent or that staff member expressed to the quorum. So if you have questions about a constituent email and you reply all to the Northampton School Committee listserv, that's a violation of the open meeting law. You can't do it in between meetings. Staff and non-public body members cannot be used to get around the no deliberation rule, right? And so sometimes as an attorney, and this is a great example, in my years of experience, I've had many public body members will say to me, I just got this email from the constituents. Can you please email the other public body members so they know that I got this email and relay this message to them? I can't do that. Even as your attorney, I can't do that because that's using me as a conduit for that communication. Now, sometimes those communications will come to me as your attorney, right? And maybe there would be some legal aspect that I need to communicate information about to you. If I'm communicating my own opinions, my own legal opinions to you as your legal counsel, that's permissible. But it can't be used as a channel or a conduit to get your thoughts to the committee in between meetings. Nor can the superintendent nor can your clerk. All of those things would be a violation of the open meeting law. Chain communications are addressed heavily in the open meeting law determinations. This is when there's an email and it's not reaching a quorum each email or each telephone call or each discussion between people or each social media post. But through that chain, it does reach a quorum. So a great example of this is the superintendent sends an email to everybody about the budget, everybody on this body. Member 1 emails the superintendent, and members 2, 3, 4, and 5 back with questions. Member 5, though, then forwards member 1's email to member 6. It's now reached 6 members, it's reached a quorum, and through that chain, even though they weren't all on the same emails, it becomes an open meeting law violation. The other thing I do tell folks, though, to remember is yes, these are time, place, and manner restrictions on school committee member speech with other school committee members in between meetings. They are. The restrictions on free speech. The reason why these sunshine laws, these kinds of restrictions are part of the sunshine laws, and they met constitutional muster in Massachusetts and states throughout the country, is because the courts have determined there's a compelling state interest in reliable processes and transparency so that members of the public know what to expect from their bodies, because individual members don't make decisions, members don't deliberate, but that when you're a public body, that the conversations you have about the important public decisions you're making, that the public can rely on transparent processes as well as
Oh, no.
what the compelling legal interest is that allows these time, place, and manner restrictions. Now, that doesn't mean you're, as an individual member, don't retain free speech rights. If you want to write an op-ed for the paper and address the general public on a matter of school committee business, that is okay. As long as you're really not intending or using it to circumvent as a way to communicate with a quorum of members in between meetings. Social media, as long as it is not a closed forum and it's not school committee members conversing with a quorum of one another on social media about school committee business, but it's a school committee member making a post to the general public, that is typically going to be allowed. There are some nuances there. That area of social media is developing in terms of the open meeting laws. But if it's not intended to be a communication that makes its way to the school committee in between meetings, a quorum, and it's really for the general public, you're still allowed to talk about school committee business, but just not in that way. You also need to, and I already just said that about.
Layla, can I ask you to pause real quick?
Yep.
When we need to suspend rules.
Okay.
Someone want to make a motion?
How much longer is this presentation?
Yeah, I'm concerned about the calendar.
Yeah, we're going to get to the calendar. The presentation's almost done, but this is really, really important.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules until 11:45.
Till 11:15?
Yeah, 11:15.
11, yeah.
Well, we have.
She said 11:45.
I said 11:45.
Oh, 11:45.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any?
It was
Me.
Renika.
Okay, roll call.
Member Reese,
Yes.
Member Jewel,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Member Bartoli,
No.
Member Weisenfreund,
Yes.
Montgomery Tamaco,
Yes.
Member Martin,
No.
Tony.
No.
5 yes.
That pass? Needs to. Oh, no, but it needs It needs
Two-thirds.
two-thirds. Yeah.
Maybe round
Okay, someone want to make a motion for a different amount of time?
Can you please explain what it means if the motion doesn't pass? What happens then?
You have to have a meeting within a week.
Yeah.
Meeting within a week then.
And can we talk about what else we have to do tonight?
Or we can have
So-
a meeting till 11:15 and try to.
So there are some items in executive session that we have to get to. And I assume you want to accept the appropriation. And there's the calendar, that's it. So those could all move pretty quickly. And this presentation's almost done. There's one thing I want Attorney Taylor to clarify, and then we can move on.
So how much time do you think we need to do those things? If we are super efficient?
Yeah, it's, right. Yeah, I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
But there's the time to move into the library.
Yes, we'll take a few minutes to move into library, but we can move quickly.
So the motion, so it failed. So
I move that we extend the meeting, that's the right language, to 11:30.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's made by Member Martin, seconded by Member Bartoli. Roll call, please.
Sarah.
Yes.
Bartoli.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
No.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Jewell.
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so Layla, if you could wrap up, but one thing that I haven't heard you talk about yet, which just came up briefly before, is that any sort of subset of the body becomes its own quorum, depending on how.
That's this next slide.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're right, there it is, sorry.
So all subcommittees' business is school committee business. That is really important to remember, because a subcommittee is considered a public body too. And so if you're a quorum of subcommittee members, you also cannot speak about subcommittee meetings in between, subcommittee business in between meetings with that subcommittee you're on, right? So rules and policy, for example, right? There are that subcommittee is a separate public body. It's been appointed by the mayor through the school committee's rules. And a quorum of that, so two members can't talk to one, but essentially the whole group can't talk to each other if it's a 3-member subcommittee in between meetings, or communicate in any way about the business of that subcommittee. But it goes further than that, right? Members on those subcommittees need to be careful about communications that will create a subcommittee quorum, even if a lawful communication between school committee members, right? So if you are on a subcommittee, right, and you want to talk to another subcommittee member about school committee business, or the subcommittee's business, but they're not actually on the subcommittee, that's fine, right? But if you're a quorum of school committee, let's say you're school committee members, and you have questions about work that's being done by a subcommittee, right? As a member of the school committee, because it's always your business, you have to be careful not to email your opinions to a subcommittee that's also charged with the jurisdiction of that issue. Because you're sending that out and them receiving that. If there's any cross communication, you got to be really careful, because it could create an issue for the subcommittee if it reaches a quorum, and then there's, even a thumbs up emoji to what you've just said. It's just stuff to be really mindful of. If you have questions about it, I always say ask. And the other thing to remember, and I sent them out to you, you got to read you're required to read the open meeting law guide. You should have a copy of that now. You're required as school committee members to be aware of the last 5 years of any open meeting law determinations against the public body. I have checked, none of the subcommittees have any open meeting law determination. So it's really just the school committee ones that you need to be aware of. And then you have to sign that certification and get it to the clerk's office. And so if you guys could do that as soon as possible, I think that would be ideal. I did touch base with HR, and it didn't appear that that was part of the onboarding process there. So I wanted to make sure you're aware of it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions? Cassie? Oh, Cassie has a question for you.
Hey, Leila, can you please speak to agenda setting in the subcommittees?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just do it really briefly. I know that the mayor asked if I could do this a little bit more on March 2nd, but agenda setting in the subcommittees, ideally, I would recommend that those subcommittees set their agenda for the next meeting during their meeting, right? Like maybe at the tail end, say, what's the business we want to talk about at our next meeting? And as a practical matter, it's going to be the chair of those subcommittees that sets the agenda. As a practical matter, and I can check on this, I believe if an individual member just sends an agenda item to add to Cassie, or even to the chair, there might be an exception for that if it goes to the chair because they've got to set the agenda. But it certainly shouldn't be touching the whole group.
Okay, great.
But I will check on that and get an answer because there should be an open meeting law determination on that. I just don't know if it's changed.
Okay, thank you. Member Weisenfried has a question.
Yeah, Leila, thank you. I think I really do need a clarification on that because I think it's really actually very impractical to set an agenda for the next meeting at the end of a meeting where you don't really know where the discussion has taken you, right? And so I think it makes things even more difficult. So unless it is really prohibited to agenda set via email, for example, prior to a meeting, just to set the agenda, not to deliberate on the items. I think that's very, very important for the functioning of the subcommittees. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll check. I'll check to see if there's been any, where they've come down most recently on that issue.
Okay, thank you, Leila, for doing that speed round. If you hold on, we're going to do a couple things real quick, and then we'll go to executive session. Okay. So we are up to D, vote on the 2026-2027 school year calendar. Dr. Bonner, quickly.
Okay, so in your packet, you have the calendar, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, just want to make sure. So working with the union, notice that they would like to start earlier than what the contract actually states. And you'll see that there's a memorandum of agreement that we will be voting on. But so the calendar shows that we start school on, staff come back on August 25th. And the first day of school for our 1st through 12th graders is August 27th. And our kindergarten and pre-K will start on September 2nd. This will allow for us to get out at a more reasonable time for June 12th. Just want to make sure.
Yours looks a little different.
Yeah,
we're like a day off.
Different.
We have draft 4.
We're a day off, Dr. Bonner.
Yeah.
Ours says August 26th is the first day, and the last day is June the 11th. So I think it shifted a day.
Do you have a different draft number? Michelle sent me.
Yeah, I have draft 4 as well.
Is yours draft 5?
Yeah, that's what's attached to the agenda is draft 4.
It doesn't say
Dr. Bonner,
I'm
what
just
number
gonna go,
is
it's
yours?
okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, I,
So are they
let me be
suggesting?
flexible, just let me go
Okay.
to the draft that you guys have. All right, so, yes, out of the correction, they actually moved this. So August 26th, the first day of school, which is different for us starting, the staff will come back on the 20th.
For convocation.
That's
Okay.
So students' first day back, this is 26th. Our kinders will start on the 31st. That allows us to end the school year on June 11th, on June 11th. And it gives 5 snow days following that. So hopefully we will be able to end school year before the holiday, so we don't go into the following week. So.
Okay. Any discussion?
Is it possible to move the December half-day conference day to October? So from 12/12 to 10/7. And part of that is I've heard from teachers and caregivers that like conferences in December are so late and very different from conferences in October.
12/16?
12/16? Yeah, Wednesday, the 16th, I think you mean.
So from there's one conference, December 16th.
Okay.
And then move that up to, no, there's the second.
So
That's the half-day elementary conference. So if we could move that up to October 7th. It starts earlier.
So move it up.
Just, I've heard December is just too late for conferences. Like, children in October are very different than they are in December.
that's up to this body if you want to do that. Hopefully there's no issues in terms of staff. October 7th. But the union did look at this, so, and I know that we had a date, originally we had a later date in December, but that they changed, and we have 11/4 on there. So November 4th and the 18th for November. And then
Do you anticipate an issue with the union if we made this change right now?
No, hopefully it'll be okay. I don't think it's a conflict with any other things that they may have scheduled.
I didn't notice any, like on the ones here that are in front of us, I didn't notice any other conflicts, but I don't know what is behind the scenes too.
We're saying October 7th.
Yeah. I know.
It is early.
Yeah.
So would you not recommend it?
For this body, I'm not going to make a recommendation. You all just do whatever you would like to do.
Please.
And I'll bring it back to them, you know? I do know that we did have this vetted by the union. So they didn't make the change, so I wouldn't offer the change. I would go with what is here.
Could we accept the start and end dates and perhaps revisit the half-days?
I got to tell you, the parents want this calendar.
Yeah.
Well, they want the start days, yeah.
I know, but they want the whole calendar. They need the calendar to plan.
Okay.
Y'all don't have to vote for something just because I want it either.
Yeah, maybe next year.
Okay, so someone make a
I have
motion.
two questions before we proceed. I just wanted to understand, why is there a difference in first days between 1 through 12 in the pre-K and kinder, just from
So
my
it allows
understanding?
time for, God bless you, allows time for families to come in, they do screening, kind of one-on-one meetings and so on. So it allows an easy transition into the programming.
Okay, thank you.
That's what that's
And then my second question, I had a constituent express a question as to whether or not Yom Kippur would ever be given as a holiday, and I'm wondering where we.
I thought I responded to, someone asked that.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I apologize. I saw the email, I did not have a chance to read through it.
Officially, we have not honored any religious holidays in this district. And so if you consider one, you may need to consider more than just one.
Okay.
And, but families, the tradition has been that they will take days off and they are considered to be excused absences.
Okay, thank you.
You just have to notify us that they are religious holidays.
Okay, so is there a motion?
I move we accept this, that we approve this calendar as shown in draft 4.
Okay. Motion's made by Member Martin, seconded by?
Second.
Member Montgomery Tonoplo. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any objections?
Me.
No. Remember, Jewel, any abstentions? Nope. Okay. Okay, that brings us to E, which is the appropriation at the council meeting last week. The council approved the order I brought forward to make $290,317 appropriation in Northampton Public Schools. Also from the list that the school committee voted on previously, there were, in which there was a request for $123,000 for student services. It's been, Business Administrator Jones anticipates that that's actually going to be covered by circuit breaker. And there are also multiple capital items totaling $91,050 that either were already on the capital improvement plan, had been put forward for the capital plan for next year, for FY27, or are now being added. So as long as the council approves those capital items, the total for all of it is $504,367.
A point of information.
Okay.
I'm raising my hand.
Yes, but I don't need to be called on for a point of information. Thank you. Why are we being asked to accept these funds? What procedures is following? I don't recall voting to accept other funds for the schools that the mayor makes an order for.
Yes.
My first question.
So yes, you need to accept this appropriation. That's what we did last year as well. When there was that appropriation in, I can't remember what month it was now, maybe.
Okay, so what would happen if theoretically we don't vote to accept?
Then they wouldn't come to the schools.
And the last question is, does this mean if we vote to accept that we're agreeing to each of the line items?
No.
Thank you.
Member Bartoli.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the appropriations submitted by the mayor and approved by City Council on February 5th, 2026.
Motion made by Member Bartoli, seconded by?
Seconded.
By Member Reese. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Abstentions? Okay. Now we're skipping those 3 job descriptions. So I've covered everything, right? Future business meetings, Rules and Policy Subcommittee, February 25th at 5 p.m. on Zoom. School Committee Retreat, March 2nd, 5:30 to 8:30 p.m., location to be decided. Budget and Property Subcommittee, March 9th, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Zoom. School Committee, full committee meeting, March 12th, 6:30, hybrid here at JFK and by Zoom. So now
I have other future topics.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I'd like, as future topics, discussion of the case report, the modified DCAP, the revised child fine procedures, because all of those things have budgetary implications we need to discuss, and we are in budget season. I'd like to also, for a future topic, put on the fiscal year 26 mid-year appropriation process. And lastly, a discussion of districts' policies and practices regarding ICE. Further discussion. Thank you.
Restrictive policies?
District, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we are going to go into executive session. So we are going to go to executive session. We will adjourn from executive session. We'll not be coming back into public session. What we need to do is before you all close your laptops, I'm going to need someone to make a motion, and it's going to have to be the language that's here, and it's going to have to cover both of these purposes so that we can then go into executive session.
I'll take a crack at it.
Okay, you got this.
I make a motion to, do I have to read all of the pursuant with?
Yes.
Okay. I make a motion pursuant to MGL 3030A, blah, 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 to comply with or act under the authority of any general or special law or federal grant and aid requirements. Purpose 7, for the purpose of reviewing and approving executive session minutes to comply with the open meeting law, GL circa 30A, numbers 22F, G5 minutes. The meeting minutes from October 6th, 2025, the meeting minutes from October 9th, 2025, and the meeting minutes from December 8th, 2025. I also add to that motion that pursuant to MGL 30A 21A3 to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares.
You don't need to read the items.
Okay, yeah. And so these 3 items.
Yes, and the chair does so declare. So again, we are going to be going into executive session and adjourning in executive session and not coming back into open session. So anyone who's still watching, good evening, thank you for joining us. You will not be joining us in executive session, so good night. Roll call, I need a second, actually.
Second.
Motion was made by Member Montgomery Tomoko, seconded by Member Bartoli, and roll call, please.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Bartoli.
Yes.
Member Weisenstein.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomoko.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney. Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yep.
Great.
Do we stay on Zoom?
Yes.